Okay. So, most recently in our adventure, you all completed a long rest within the Feywild Forest near the dilapidated establishment of several Eladrin, a place known as Caer Methrandine. And over the watch, you suspected you may have had some elven eyes on you in your sleep. But after some strange dream activity, you all awoke unharmed and successfully completed your rest, and then made your way east. You drew some information from a dead werebear named Uric that you had encountered. You defeated a swarm of mosquito mammoths, crossed a rapid river, and persuaded a few dolphin delighters not to hinder your progress. And now you have seemingly found the abandoned chapel of Oberon you had been searching for, clearly heavily guarded by a number of individuals and some of their pets. Some of you successfully and stealthily cased the area and even briefly surveyed the interior of the chapel. After discussing some various ways to proceed, it was determined that Jiri would magically assume the form of Uric, that werebear you had all encountered and killed. Seemingly able to mimic his voice as well, Jiri, in Uric form, then ran straight into the middle of this area along the path, causing commotion to draw their attention. And that is where we pick back up. Jiri, what are you doing in this moment right now?
Oh, can I quickly ask Mcray a question? Because I think he guidanced me at the end of last session, and I wanted to know what does he do for guidance? Because I'm curious. Because I've always thought of it like a quick sentence, a word of advice, and I don't think we ever got that. Or what do you do?
No, I'd say it's just a general infusion of magic. As I've illustrated before, it's usually a mist. There's often a mist pervading Toby's magic, so some of it just kind of as I pat you on the back, just kind of rushes off my arm into your person.
Okay. So okay, got it. So Jiri is
Tim, yeah, I also cast Enhance Ability on you before that, so you have advantage on charisma checks. That one is just it's a different version of my Cure Wounds patch. It has different runes on it. Slap it on the back of your neck. You feel warmth on the back of your neck, and it's basically drugs.
That's amazing. Like the limitless pill in patch form on the back of your neck. That's fucking awesome.
Okay.
Wait, can I give a word of advice to you before you go?
Yes, and then Jiri's also gonna ask you, since we're going back, give me that sword that you picked up next to Uric. Or wait, what's my name again? Uric.
Uric. I'll throw it here in the chat because you guys have had time to.
Did I grab Uric's sword?
That sounds like something you would do.
I don't specifically remember
the weapons.
Yeah, you guys gathered a couple of weapons for sure.
All right, I'll give you his sword. And I'll say I haven't done Telperian's voice in a while. Forget how to do it. I've only got a piece of advice for you. Don't trust your instincts. That's all.
You see the bear's face contort into worry and be like, don't trust my instincts. Oh, that's gonna be tricky, but I'll do my best. And then Jiri assumes the Uric voice. Can you do it again for us, Chris, so I remember?
Yeah, it's real deep and guttural.
Oh my god.
Have fun.
Okay, guys. Everybody hide. I'm gonna get him to flee.
Batman.
Amazing. So that's at this point, it's when I think you guys were all, and you guys rolled really low on stealth, but Rome's second pass without a trace for the day is up. And so that's actually getting you to 14, 17, 14, not terrible stealth rolls. And so you guys had just made your way over this way, kind of below the cover of this kind of overhang portion. So you're out of sight of some of these individuals up here, kind of starting to flank around the side. And then Jiri's free to run forward and cause commotion.
And I do believe.
Go ahead.
I was supposed to make my 21 was after Pass Without Trace. That's in there with theirs.
Yep, perfect.
So Jiri kind of sneaks back a ways to get some running room, and he starts to run, making a lot of panting and puffing sounds, kind of making it seem like he's been running a long distance. And he kind of limps as he runs. So he's moving fast, but he also kind of keeping a slow pace to like mimic the an injury in his foot, and so he's just as he like runs into the clearing up these steps, kind of in the direction of like these individuals this way.
Perfect. So you get this far to this spot, and 2 flashes of fire streak towards you. One from the left side, sort of towards this angle, and one from further off to the right. And they both impact the ground right in front of you, stopping your approach for a moment. And you hear, "Hold, traveler. Those were warning shots. Approach any further and we will feather you like a siren."
And I collapse to the ground, just like in a big like poof, you know, trying to make as much noise as possible
Perfect.
to show that and I yell out, "It is I, Yurik. Come aid me. I'm
"Yurik,
injured."
he's back! He's back! And a couple individuals slowly start making their way in your direction. And now you could see general silhouettes, and you knew where to expect some of these people from based on your casing of the area. But as they all draw a little bit closer, they're starting to become more visible through the fog, because the fog is fairly heavily obscuring most of the surroundings outside of silhouettes of structures and objects and such. And these individuals start to approach, and one specifically comes in front of you. They seem to be a hobgoblin of some kind, like a muddy reddish brown coloration to their skin, holding an arrow or a bow and arrow, and there's a small flame dancing from the arrow tip. "Yurik, it really is you. Why do you approach from this direction? What happened out there? Where are the others?"
The others are dead. Quickly, pack your things. We must go. The elves, they're on their way. They followed me here. I couldn't lose them. But the others, they're all dead.
Please make a deception check with advantage. And with guidance, since this is all happening within a minute of Toby's guidance. 26 is
Add that
really
D4.
good.
Get the 30. Oh.
Very well. Yes, let's get you inside. Allies, tend to Yurik's wounds. We need to warn Aeolas immediately.
No, there's no time. There's no time to tend to my wounds. We must go. Now. They're right behind me.
Very well. And they eventually, like, can you stand?
Yes. No. And I like shake them off if they like come to like try to like aid
Okay,
me
yeah.
up.
2 of them try to make their way towards you, but you're able to gesture away and kind of get to your feet. But another individual walks up on this direction too. And as he approaches, this person, a shorter individual, maybe dwarf-like in stature, entirely shaved head with some tribal pattern tattoos along his face, he says, "Hold, just a moment, comrades." And as he approaches, the light of the moon hits him in a curious way, and you see him contort, and hairs sprout from his body, and he rises about 3 feet higher than his 3-foot-high stance and becomes something like 6'4", and morphs into the form of a lycanthrope.
Hold, just a moment. Something seems strange. Why would you approach from this direction? You know the entrances to this place. How do we know you aren't some fairy shape changer and that you're actually our Yurik?
And in his woven form will attempt, you well exceeded these individuals' passive insights.
Christopher,
However, yes.
I believe I did.
Yes, you did. You did. But with his keen hearing and smell, is going to attempt to gather information. Oh, I thought it would trigger a roll there, but it did not. I need to do this.
I have a response for him too.
Yeah, you're welcome to respond as he's sniffing. You can hear him sniffing the air.
A shape changer wouldn't be able to change their voice. You and I both know that. I sound like Yurik, don't I? And I smell like Yurik. Now I'm telling you once again, this is of the utmost urgency. This was the only way I could approach. They have us surrounded. We must flee this direction to the south. The enemy is upon us now as I speak. You will end up just as dead as all the others if you do not listen to me.
He continues to sniff, and you see his posture become a little less aggressive, seemingly coerced by your scent and persuasion, or deception, and asks one final question.
Very well. Get him inside. Do tell me though, Yurik. Did you find it? The Zaratan?
Do we have any knowledge? Have I heard that word before?
I'm going to acknowledge that, yes, you've heard it before, although I want Jiri to potentially make a intelligence check to determine how much information you're able to recall about this word.
Oh boy.
Can we hear them, Crit?
Yes, you're probably, you're roughly 50, 60 feet away, but you are able to get there.
Can
Jiri,
I also,
Sure.
can I get in on the intelligence check to do this too? Because I have potential ways to help Jiri with this.
For sure, yeah, you can make it as well. You're within hearing distance of this conversation.
Jiri's so smart.
Is
So
this
proud
just a
of him.
straight intelligence? 14.
Straight intelligence, 14.
Jiri,
Both of
smarter than
Both of you remember in this moment, Zaratan and Telperion, you recall the memory you had of that large tortoise-like creature with the growth emerging from its back. And so you crystallize this memory in your head. But Jiri, you are able to recall the same information that Telperion would have told you guys about this beast that the Eladrin had kind of stolen from these lycanthropes and were shepherding off away from them when they repossessed it, essentially.
And he asked me specifically if we found it.
Yes.
We were unable to recover the Zaratan. We did find it. We were unable to recover it. Like I said, they killed everyone else is dead. And they are here. There's no time to go back to the temple. We must flee the temple immediately. You must heed my words now. Trust me.
The werewolf steps one space closer to you and reaches out his hand, an offering to help you to your feet, essentially.
I'm just gonna bat it aside and say, and get to my feet on my own and say,
I can stand. I still have strength. Those elves will pay for what they've done. But we must escape their traps first before we can seek vengeance for what they've done to us.
Very well. I apologize, Yurik. I didn't mean to question your identity. These places near the elves just make me uncomfortable. Very well. Shepherd him inside. You three, surveil the territory. See if there's any elves in the vicinity. Yes, of course, Vesper.
And these individuals will begin to shepherd you inside. This individual named Vesper, the hobgoblin, and a tabaxi-looking individual that looks a little more feral than typical tabaxi. But then this individual and this goblin individual and this individual, or actually just those two, will surveil the forest, because this one needs to tend to its Wolven Wild. As you guys start to make your way up the path, this Wolven Wild creature, this two-headed wolf, starts to approach the path, and this individual hops the small retaining wall and puts a hand on it, calming it down, and it just in a constant state of kind of enhanced ferocity, this creature. But these two individuals start to make their way outward toward the forest, and you are slowly shepherded up the path. The rest of you, what are you doing as you see Jiri in Uric form start to be shepherded along towards the chapel?
Well, that wasn't exactly what we expected would happen. So I think we need to adjust our plan here.
We should probably head north to be close to the chapel in case they leave. There is... Yeah.
Okay.
But do
well, you guys can continue your... Yeah, keep going.
Rome, you scouted north, right, with Toby?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember if there was any guards this way? And I point northward, due north of us.
And I believe we clocked this guy.
Yeah.
You did eventually clock the individual high up on a tree with a longbow, seemingly some sort of marksman type individual, as well as another Wolvenwild tamer near this entrance of the chapel. You suspect those are the only individuals up on that side of things.
I wonder if we could take that one out in the tree quietly before it raises the alarm.
And it's almost like we need a distraction to draw them away from the castle, because they have scouts. I can see that they're sending scouts out, but if they find nothing, then they will all just return.
And I will emphasize in this moment, as you guys are conversating, the rest of the world continues to turn a little bit. With every conversation you're having, these individuals are getting closer to the chapel with Jiri, Uric at their sides, and Jiri, we'll get to you in just a moment. But I just want to emphasize that as you guys are planning, he is getting closer and closer to becoming out of sight or wherever they're leading him, just so you guys know that in this moment. But you guys, we can get back to your planning in just a moment. Jiri, are you doing anything specific? You're kind of being flanked at all sides almost by these individuals, but...
Well, I'm gonna walk very slowly, and I'm gonna
Sure.
say, and can you type the guy's name into the chat now that I've heard it?
The werewolf
Vesper,
individual
yeah.
is named Vesper. Yep.
Vesper, why do you not listen to me? I've said we must flee, all of us. There is an insurmountable force on its way. We cannot hold this temple. I regret to say it. I wish we could, but we will all die here if we do not leave now, immediately.
I heed your warning, brother. But we must warn the others inside. Aeolas must be alerted. Then we can flee.
You and I can do that alone. Send the others south to begin scouting ahead. We must move it with haste.
I'm going to allow you. You're assuming the form of someone else has gone successful. You have advantage on that type of situation. This is a true persuasion check, though. However, I guess Roulette's enhanceability is still active. So make a persuasion check with advantage to see if this plea is adequately attended. Very fucking good.
If we have lost our brothers in the forest with your crew, I am not eager to see any of our others slain. Very well. Javi, Ina, away, take the others and flee. Venture east, northeast, to Astrazalian. Are you sure, Vesper? We were not likely to leave without the rest. It is all right, comrade. I will make Aeolas aware of the situation. We have overstayed our welcome so close to the Eladrin. Very well, I suppose. Hey, you there! Take your Wolven Wild, make northeast! Away from here! And you see these two individuals start to leave, changing their kind of general demeanor and the way they're carrying themselves, and start to make their way otherwise. This individual, you notice, the rest of you notice, they heed this warning, and they hop from branch to branch, making their way in that direction, but still surveilling the area. And it's unclear. These people at the south side have kind of moved off screen at this point. Unclear if they're within earshot of this new direction or if they are just going to continue to surveil. But seemingly Yurik has cleared out most of the area of several guards that are making their way, and he continues to shepherd Yurik toward the interior of the chapel while these individuals slowly make their way elsewhere. I'm going to turn these guys invisible since they're effectively off screen at this point. But yeah, so the rest of our crew, what are you guys doing right now down here? Continuing to make your way up and to the left?
Let's strafe forward a second. We could dislodge him from a tree. If one of you turns me invisible, I could go break the branch underneath him. We could make him fall. We could try to take him out non-lethally, or we could just kill him. But I think
it looks like they're...
Or we could strafe to the right if we're watching them leave that way.
It looks like they're fleeing. I don't know if Jerry convinced them, but let's give it another moment, but he might follow suit.
Are we also concerned that they might return? Because what if perhaps we laid a trap for them in the forest and trapped them there so that we can then have adequate time to search the castle? The chapel, sorry. Is there a way that we could cause a distraction in the direction in which they're moving so that I could lay a trap?
What kind of trap could you lay?
Well, I could trap them in a overgrowth of plants in a very large area that could then keep them there for a period of time while we search the castle and flee. And then we'd only have to care for the one who's accompanying Jiri.
How long would it last?
I don't think it ever goes away.
What is this ability you're talking about, or spell?
Plant growth.
Ooh, yeah, plant growth is fairly meaty.
Yeah, it's 100-foot radius, and it takes them every 4 feet of movement. They only move 1 foot. So I would imagine if we got them trapped if they're all together and we're able to trap them at the center, then it would take them a really long time to navigate through to get out of it.
Are they still in like vocal range of us? Could they hear that, like the conversation that we've been having?
I would say Toby Rama's response was probably appropriate. He probably heard Vesper's call to, hey, you guys flee, get out of here, but they are all probably a little too far to hear you guys as like inside voice level of dialogue between you and Vesper specifically.
Rome, hold on to that. The two that just went by us, those are probably the weakest of the bunch. There's some big ass wolves you guys saw, right? I think we gotta hold on. That's a good. It's a good thing. That's a good thing to have ready at the ready. But I'd hold it for the bigger ones if they start coming at us.
Mm.
Those two that just went by, I small pickings if they come back. It'll be quick and easy. But I think we just want to not get alerted right now. I'd say we give him another 30 seconds, a minute or so. It looks like Jiri's convinced him. Let's just see if this one last treetop guy goes away.
Okay.
Are you guys When you guys do that, are you still intending to? Are you just waiting here to let some time go by, or are you still continuing to try and flank around to the side?
I want to flank. I want to be moving a little bit.
The tiniest bit.
If me and Toby are moving here, can we see the tree guy?
Yes, you guys can see the silhouette of that individual up, and the fog is heavily obscuring anything. Essentially, it's lightly obscuring everything, even within like 10 feet. But it's heavily obscuring things outside of like a 30-foot radius. That individual well out of 30 foot, but you were indicated where their location was by their casing. So you can see the individual, the shadow up in the treetop, kind of hopping from branch to branch. So you know where they are, but they are considered heavily obscured as well.
So could we...
Difficult to target with an
I could also make one of us invisible if they can get close enough to slay this individual.
I will take a peek back at our half elven, half bird friend, and I let's hold off on killing anything at the moment. But I mean, I think we could. These guys don't seem to see us at all. I think we can probably take a wide berth around. You guys got by once.
Let's go this way then.
Which way?
Let's go
This way. Oh, that makes sense.
All right. Seeing that they're starting to depart and kind of just keeping an eye on the surroundings, and I can see. I think I can tell the path of least resistance is this way. So I'm going to give that tree a wide berth and hopefully lead everyone around as Toby just mapped.
Okay, I'm going to make one thing here, just for curiosity. Oh, that was almost in that 20 and then almost an 18.
On a 20.
Wow. Okay. Good to know. So you guys are starting to make a wide berth around that tree, but to the right instead of, okay. And Roulette, yeah, go ahead and move Moby with you. You were able to know that Moby was getting an aerial view of most of that conversation and stuff that was taking place, but now you've been able to kind of.
He's on my hip.
Call them back to you.
Now we're
I assume
over the wall.
I think that they would have moved a little bit before we get up to the fence.
Absolutely. So by the time you get around here, let's say, and we're going to keep it with the same stealth check from previous, but at this time, by the time you've made it there, all of these individuals have moved up and effectively off screen into the forest to the north. Similarly, Uric and Vesper have now disappeared into the chapel. You have lost visual on them.
Okay.
So before we get back to Jiri and Vesper, I would like to get back to what you guys are all doing in this moment. But you guys saw Vesper shift a large kind of broken wooden, like a big sheet of roped together wood away from the front door and give them enough berth to move into the front of the chapel.
Did he replace it, or is it still open?
It is still open. Ajar, a little wide enough to get through.
Big enough for a lycanthrope.
You two, were there windows otherwise in if we listened at the temple wall? Or was it all, from your surveillance, was it all solid?
I don't. Was it? I don't remember the extent of it.
As a reminder, when you guys cased the general vicinity, you got a pretty good indication of individuals where guards were posted. However, you were going to need to get closer to see if there were holes or broken windows or such and such on the back that would be available for easy infiltration.
Let's get closer and look for another way in, so we don't leave Jerry hanging.
Okay.
At this point, can we still case this guy over in the tree?
Yeah, you can see as you guys are coming up on this point, you see this individual their body language and the way they're shifting to branches is indicating have some interest in continuing this way according to Vesper's orders, but they seem very reluctant in a way. You also see this individual posted on top of one of the towers, one of the spires of the cathedral, has not moved. You can still, almost like a gargoyle shadow in the distance, up on top of the chapel, that individual has not moved.
All right, we have to kill one. let's just knock this one out of the tree and maybe just knock him out.
Telperion, let me obscure you so that you're not seen by anyone that we maybe not have seen yet. And I cast invisibility on Telperion.
Beautiful. All right.
Get him to the ground, and then I can help you out.
Okay. Be ready to act quickly, and we can try not. We'll try to do non-lethal, but we've got to move fast and see what we can do.
As you approach and you're getting this close to the individual's vicinity, I'm gonna want a new stealth check to
How high up
see
is he?
how. He's about 40 feet up in the air.
Am I still, Rome? Did you stay there, or are you strafing forward with me?
I'm not invisible, so I am going to stay with the others.
Okay.
But you're completely invisible.
Yes. So I have advantage, but I just have disadvantage.
Not plus 10.
I think this is a straight.
No,
yeah.
stop concentrating.
No, I have advantage for being invisible.
Yes, you do have advantage on being invisible.
And disadvantage for my armor, so I think it's a neutral.
It would be neutral, but you are still currently in your initial approach within 30 feet of Rome, so you can still get past without a trace, at least for the moment.
Okay. Rolled a nice 8. Wait. Advantage plus disadvantage. So 8 plus 1 is 9, plus 10 is 19.
Perfect. With a 19, I am going to give this individual a check. And with their vantage point, they do get advantage. However, you are still invisible. They do not shift in their demeanor. You suspect that you have not alerted their attention.
It's
And
40
with
feet
them
up,
being
is that-
45 feet in the air, 40 feet in the air, and you're 30 feet away, you're probably well within 60 feet, but outside of 30 feet. So you consider them heavily obscured. They can't see you at all. You're invisible, but you're within 60 feet, absolutely, of them.
Okay. Did I have a plan? Are they moving at all, or is it staying still?
They're staying still. You're seeing the head cock. This is a beaked individual, seemingly like a Kenku-like individual. And their head is on a swivel. They're looking, and they are kind of leaning in a direction indicating they might hop a branch. And as you're approaching, they do, in fact, hop one more time to a different branch, and then just stay there for a few more moments. What are you doing in this?
Easing in a little bit more as they move down.
Okay. So they're not really moving down specifically. They're just kind of going almost laterally in the tree branches at this point.
Okay. I do want to be closer.
Okay. You're able to get closer. I would say at this point, you're able to get directly under them if that's your intent.
Yeah.
And you're now probably, depending on Pythagorean, like 45 feet from them.
Oh, okay. Then
I try and get him down.
I have an idea. I can get him down myself if you
Doesn't he lose a bit of visibility?
go. I think to roulette of, I could try
I
to
was
break the
gonna-
branch.
Oh, yeah.
I could try to break the branch with my mind, but you could also, and I could try to bring them down to me.
Are you conversing with someone? Are you
Oh.
sending thoughts?
I
for free?
was,
Okay.
yeah.
You're able to send thoughts for free, but you're not able to get her responses.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait 4 seconds to see if Roulette does something. I have an action in my mind prepared.
Because because like at this point we can still like clock this individual, like the outline.
Yeah, you can
Probably can't
see
target.
their location. Difficult to target, not impossible. Difficult.
Toby, come here. And I will kneel down behind Toby, pull Toby down, goggles, earmuffs on, and I'm gonna send Moby 3 on a wide berth this way. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. I want Moby 3 to be like 35 feet ish away from here, specifically looking at the branch that the thing is on.
You're able to jump into Moby's senses, and you get a good sense of, okay, I'm around 35 feet because they're still heavily obscured, and therefore Moby 3 is probably heavily obscured. However, to get good information about that branch, you may have to get closer.
Like Moby 3 would have to get closer? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. The heavily obscured is hiding you, but to get valuable intel about that specific, you probably need to get closer so that it's not heavily obscured.
Yeah, Moby 3 is. Yeah, I'm gonna inch Moby 3 forward, and at your discretion, tell me how close I need to get a good. Like,
I would say as soon as you can get 30 feet, you are breaking heavily obscured, and it's only lightly obscured, and Moby 3 can get some intel here. Go ahead and give me perception. There's no smell or hearing to this, so it's purely visual. So if you get advantage on this perception from visual, that's fair game. If you don't from visual, then it's just a straight roll.
No, it's rely on hearing.
Okay, so this is just a straight perception check, or it could be investigation if you want to study that branch.
Hold on.
What are bats better at?
Wisdom, which is perception. So D20 plus 1. This plus 1.
You know what? Actually, I lied. I'm going to give you advantage.
So
Okay.
16 or...
A 16.
Okay. So with a 16, I'm going to give this individual a check since you have broken heavily obscured, but they don't get advantage on this because they aren't at a good perception.
I have a question as you're answering this.
I have one other piece of information I want to gather before anything happens. Please give me a stealth check for Moby 3.
That's dexterity, right?
Yes.
This plus 2.
No.
Okay. Telperion will get to you in one moment. Roulette, as Moby 3 gets close enough to where the fog pulls back enough for Moby 3 to get intel on this situation with a 16, it just looks like a branch. Nothing visually stimulating, but I gave you advantage because there actually is an audible portion of this. This individual atop this tree is a small individual, and you can still hear the creaking of wood behind them. This is not an outlandishly sturdy branch. You're getting this in this moment. However, as soon as you get that information, the individual hears like a buzzing, fluttering sound and looks over and seems to like peer directly at Moby 3. You looking through Moby 3, it's like they're looking directly at you. Cocks its head, draws an arrow, slowly aims toward Moby 3.
Can I have 2 things? One, Moby 3 is dodge action.
Okay.
Doing that, and I am reaching behind for my bonus action to tap Alfie to get the wand out to prepare 2 charges, or I guess 4 total charges, 4 shots of the magic missile to aim at the branch that the thing is on.
Okay.
And I want to time it. I'm going to let Moby 3 just stay there and not move, and I'm going to time it so that the wand gets shot when the arrow is shot.
With this individual's take aim bonus action, gives itself advantage and loosens the bow shot toward Moby 3. Does a 19 hit Moby 3? I imagine.
It's a bat. I don't know what
so
the
a golden snitch is flying around in the air, and this individual steadies their aim and shoots it. And you see the arrow pierce Moby 3. And does this kill Moby 3? Does 12
It has
piercing
1
damage?
hit point.
So
Didn't
it
he
just
dodge,
takes
though?
them. It takes
Oh.
yes. Oh, you're right, but the 18 still would have hit, I believe.
Oh,
So it
because-
would be,
That's
just
a
be a straight
reroll,
roll.
though. It's a
Okay, I'll
reroll.
give it a reroll. That's fair.
Oh. The AC is 12, by the way.
Amazing. So Alfie, you see Alfie or Moby 3 dodge right as this individual adapts and looses their arrow, and it just pierces. Does 9 damage kill Moby 3?
1
Probably
damage.
still.
I'm gonna
Okay,
hold on.
get through all 9 lives.
I want to
Like
confirm really
obliterate
quick
them.
because this is Smith's Companions. This has something else.
Oh, it's also the instant death thing since it goes over his max into the negative.
Yeah, so do you guys remember at the end of Incredibles where they launch the spinning claw and it tears through the heart of the thing? That's what happens here. The arrow just impacts Moby 3 and just continues to sail into the distance. Moby 3 is destroyed and lost out past visual range. off where the arrow had.
Yeah, it has AC of 12, 1 hit point.
Yeah, that's related quickly.
I feel like bats should have a higher AC. They're a little jittery.
I mean, it's my familiar. It has 1 hit point.
Does the wand launch?
As I see the arrow coming at my face, essentially, I'm gonna have what's his face shoot 2 charges, so 4d4 plus 4 at the branch holding this creature in the air.
Okay.
Actually, I'll send 3 at the branch, 1. Yeah, 3 at the branch, 1 at the thing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage, and then I want to shift to Jiri and Yurik for a moment. Or Yurik and Vesper.
I have my sword butt ready to maul this thing's head, for the record.
This is at the branch.
At the branch is 7. Okay. 7 automatic damage definitely impacts them, and 5 at the ranger. Okay. You see the branch take this damage and is dramatically impacted and injured. It doesn't quite break, but you see it slowly bowing down, and the individual is impacted with 5 damage, but not enough to knock them clean out of the branch. But right as that damage happens, Telperion, were you preparing something?
I was, and this will be fun. Yes, I have 2 things I'm doing for action and bonus action. I guess I want to pull them with my bonus action pull 5 feet, but I think I have to jump to do it because they have to be within 30 feet of me.
Oh, that may be true. So yeah, go ahead. I'm going to say with your boots on, you don't even need an athletics check. You're going to be able to jump high enough to pull this off. So they need to make a strength check, correct?
Yeah, they got to beat a 14.
Because of their footing and having just received damage and Roulette's attack on the branch, I'm going to give them disadvantage.
And I'm just pulling them straight down towards me.
Okay.
And I'm trying to have them hit the ground.
What's your thing? 10 doesn't meet
14.
it. So as soon as you pull, you hear the branch snap. And we'll come right back to you guys. As Jiri and Yurik, as the party has begun to plan and slowly enact this plan, you guys have been making your way through this chapel. You made your way towards the kind of central, well, we'll go back here. Since you guys entered, you made your way through the aisle towards this kind of central altar up in the front, and then down this dilapidated small corridor that's in shambles. The walls are dilapidated and such, and then into a small little clergy preparation room. There's wardrobes, there's some stalls and a broken stained glass window in here, and there's a peculiar statue that Vesper, as he's helping you move forward, he moves behind the statue, pushes on a false back wooden panel, slides it to the left, and
after you, brother.
And in front of there seems to be a hole, it goes 5 feet forward and then down, and there's a ladder descending into darkness below, and you can see the flickering flame of torchlight from some kind of interior basement space of this structure.
Yeah, and so along the way, Jiri's really gonna sell it that he's injured and stumble, but every time that Vesper tries to help him, he'll be like,
No, I can care for myself.
and when we get to this ladder, he's gonna be like,
No, after you, brother. I will only slow you down. I will be right behind you. We must move quickly.
Very well. If you are going to take time on the ladder, I will rush forward and make sure Aeolas is alerted. It will give him a better chance to escape from here.
Yes, we must escape. Quickly now, down the ladder.
And Vesper jumps down the ladder, quickly making his way below. And you are left in this space, in this small dilapidated room, free to follow or do what you wish. And as Vesper gets to the bottom of the well, you hear a thud from somewhere outside, as well as, oh! As this individual has just fallen 40 feet, and I will give them a dex check to see if they can land successfully or not. So with their Kenku
doing stuff as they're falling.
So as they are falling, their Kenku wings are able to help them adapt pretty well to the fall. So they half the damage they take and are not fallen prone, but they still take half of 46 for falling damage. Another 10 reduced to 5.
Kenku always land.
So they take another, yes, they always land on their feet. They take another couple damage, but land prone and kind of like nurse a kneecap. Telperion, you are still invisible. You did not make an attack roll or cast a spell, so you are still successfully invisible. And Roulette has just done a thing. Rome and Tobirama, what are you doing in this moment as the individuals fall?
As he first started falling, that's when I started my casting of Hold Person on him for when he hits the ground.
Okay. Rome, is there anything you're doing this moment?
I'm gonna slink along the edge of this wall. It seems like there's just less people around to support the back.
You guys are able to continue this stealth here. You do notice, Tobirama, as you are just in the peripheral vision, as you're starting to conjure your Hold Person in their direction, you do see this individual finally move, hearing some sort of cry of surprise from their ally.
This
over
one
here.
up at the top?
Yes. So they begin to make their way across the roof of this destroyed building, you know, the wooden dilapidated scaffolding of this structure. But your Hold Person releases. At this moment, enough has triggered that I do want to trigger some music real quick. Probably doesn't need to trigger a whole initiative roll. But Hold Person triggers, they will get a whiz save, which they fail. So as soon as they stand upright and you see their beak opening, about to yell something, you see like their whole body tense and lock into place as they are paralyzed in this moment. What are you guys all doing right now?
I use my bonus action, but I have an action ready to do as well. For like right now. So so you know how my sword is soft, like flat on one end and jagged on the other?
Yeah.
I'm just taking the flat end of it and just bashing their head with my 2 attacks.
Okay, some non-lethal damage.
Yeah. Trying to cock them out, especially now that they're a little softened up.
Go ahead and make a roll with advantage, and because they're paralyzed, this is an automatic crit.
Oh, I didn't roll that well. 8 plus 7 is 15 to hit.
15 to hit.
15 to hit with advantage.
Yeah, it's bad. I rolled a 6 and an 8.
You see them like starting in their locked up form. Their like body positioning is almost like shifting in one direction as they're like falling in their locked position, and you barely conk them on the head, exactly meeting their armor class. So you deal how many damage of non-lethal?
So I guess a D10, right? Plus a D4.
Which becomes 2d10.
It does become 2d10 plus 2d4. Yep.
I love playing stuff here. I reroll that one. There's one of the D4. And I reroll that one. Okay. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 non-lethal.
You see their face go like almost unconscious from this, but they do have some alertness left in their head.
Second attack them.
Okay.
Always.
10 plus 7 is 17.
17, and that was still with advantage. Still an automatic crit.
I mean, like at least 18 plus 22, 23, 25.
You very successfully
28.
knocked this individual unconscious. How do you do this? How does it look exactly?
Well, first, it doesn't look like anything. Because the first hit, I'm becoming visible as I smack the temple with one side of my flattened blade, and then I bring it around and I slap the other temple, and then they're
like a rag doll. They are just slapped around and fall unconscious to the ground.
And I just reach out and
you
grab
feel
their body.
your paralyzing magic leave them as they're no longer conscious. And however, they're unconscious, and this individual does have an opportunity to get a little closer and sees something happening below. And will dash to get within sight of their comrade.
And at this point, I'll look back at Kinsalo and motion take this guy out on the roof without saying anything, but trying to intently.
Perfect. Kinsalo's polearm master is a little altered for his training, which is helpful because he will dash, flying very quietly with his wings, dashing and flying up into the air. And right as he gets there, he lunges forward, and with a bonus action, will try to push them from the roof.
Amazing.
Put him in the elf trap.
Although he is better with dex than athletics, but he still needs to make an athletics check. No, not with advantage. I should not have given that advantage. Let me re-roll it. So he has successfully gotten there, but unable to push this individual. He was just too far, and the force of his hitting with the butt end of his polearm just hit the person and did not do enough force to knock them over. And this individual immediately screams out, "Attack! Attack!" Jiri, I'll say from within, you can hear that. Who knows if it's loud enough to gather the attention of the people that went off in that direction, but also based on Jiri's direction that elves were on his tail, maybe this is all fair game for what they were expecting to possibly hear. So who knows how that might shake out. But let's go to Roulette and Rome. What are you guys' next actions? This individual seems to have been successfully knocked unconscious, not dead, but you now see some version of a threat up here.
I'm assuming the thing. Sorry, go, Rome.
Oh no, I was just asking a question. You go.
I was gonna ask too. I'm assuming the thing on the roof. Well, we can't really see it, but I know. Actually, yeah, I can't see it because it's 20 feet up, 50 feet away or something.
Yeah, you can get outline roughly, but yeah, hard to target.
Targeting, yeah. I'm gonna slink forward with Alfie, trying to stay behind whatever wall we're on, and I'm just gonna. No, I'm doing it. I'm gonna just whisper aloud, "Telperion, just let it happen." And I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on Telperion, teleporting him. I think it's well within 90 feet. Yeah.
Well within 90 feet.
I'm going to teleport him up directly next to both the other threat and our birded friend. Yeah.
At this point,
You're
I'm
able to do so.
My spellcaster friends just casting things on me, so I allow it to happen.
Okay. So you just see a whirlwind of color and air rush past your face, and you are standing almost on uneasy footing up on the dilapidated top of a ruined tower of a chapel. And a Kenku individual is right in front of you. Rome, what are you doing in this moment?
I am going to cast Ice Knife and try and knife this individual.
Is this within your range? I don't know Ice Knife's range.
It's 60 feet.
Boom.
I think that is probably... They are 20 feet in the air, but I think that's you can also move. So this is within your range. You can reach this individual with your
Okay, I'll move right here where these bushes are, and then I will cast Ice Knife.
I don't do this to be annoying. However, because you get advantage on range attacks aiming downward for positioning, I'm going to give you disadvantage on this trying to angle your attack upward.
Okay, so I'll just roll it again then.
Yes, please.
I see why it's giving the critical thing.
Yeah, it's just because it's rolling at least. Oh well, it's
a D20 with a critical score of greater than 1.
Oh, it's considering anything. That's interesting. I wonder what's set up that's causing that. But so a 21 and an 18 absolutely hits this individual. What happens on impact?
It takes 1d10.
I'm so jealous.
Well, okay, so I form this shard of ice, and I'm gonna flavor it as rock as well. That shoots through the air and hits this individual. Is there a preference over which one you want me to click for damage?
I don't know. If you just cast the spell to make sure it triggers on your sheet and then make sure it rolls, we'll just figure out the damage as we go.
I see rock.
Oh, I see. So maybe I clicked the wrong thing. What did I do?
Yeah, you gotta click here.
Yeah, I did. Oh, there.
I'm so jealous of being able to cast spells without a verbal component.
There we go. So it rolled again, which is fine. But dex save. Do they need to make a dex save here?
Yes, they do.
I think it's the other people that need to make the dex save around the target.
Oh, that may be the case. So it hits them for sure. It embeds it directly in their chest, but I need Telperion and Kinsalo actually to make a dex save.
I'm so sorry. I made a
And it
horrible
looks
mistake.
like 3 piercing
Totally
and 9
fine.
cold.
I have 60 HP. It's fine. 15.
And an 11. What is Rome's DC?
Like 17.
Probably like 16 or something. I don't know.
16.
Okay, so both of you guys do take. It's not actually a crit, but it looks like you guys take some. Okay, so sorry. The individual takes 1d10 of damage. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the one that I hit takes the damage, but everybody else is going to take the cold damage. And I'm really sorry about that. I'm going to attribute that to, like, I didn't remember that.
That is
that's
totally
that
fine. So do they, just to clarify, the individual takes 10 damage, which is, I think from the way this rolled,
3.
we're ignoring the crits. It's just 3
Yes.
piercing damage
And
To start.
9 cold. They
And
also
nine,
take
and-
yeah, they also take cold
and 9 cold.
Okay. I was going to say if
Okay.
you did more to your
Uh,
allies.
3 and 9 cold. And then Kinsalo and Telperion are subjected to a little bit of damage.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Which both of
still
them
did
take
more
9
damage to your
cold
ally.
damage.
I'm gonna use my reaction from taking damage. Wait, let me check.
Oh, that's a good question. I forget what it is.
I have a special cloak on.
Thank God.
You do have a special cloak on. I think that's the targeter, whoever targeted.
Yeah,
it.
what is it? Additionally, the cloak
And
is
it has to be with a melee attack, I think.
Yeah, it's anytime it
Okay.
Targets
never
you
mind.
with a melee. So that doesn't apply here, but you do have other reactions that could shield damage if you want. But
Yeah, I'll block it.
All right, I'll heal you later.
Don't, Alex. You don't know this yet. My guy's kind of a tank. It's fine.
yeah,
My
also
block.
don't you guys are just acting in this world. You don't have to feel too guilty about doing
Yeah.
something that had unintended consequences.
I take 5 that cold damage, and
Okay. You take 5 and Kinsalo takes full 9.
Sorry, Kinsalo. I should have helped you.
However, that is your turn. Jiri, now you're hearing some version of commotion outside. Vesper has descended 20 feet down a ladder and is on the ground, making his way elsewhere underneath. You don't know where he went, but he doesn't seem to be doubling back on this commotion. He might be just out of range of this audible.
How tall is this ladder?
20 feet or so. Yeah, 20 feet.
I'm just gonna fall down it, like pretending like I fell down the ladder.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, God.
Since you're intentionally doing this, I'll give you advantage on a dex check to try and succeed on half damage.
Dex check or acrobatics?
I guess either. Yeah, acrobatics. Yeah. Okay, so you take half damage from this.
It's like a sloppy
fall.
3-point landing.
Why is this?
But he's like selling it as like a full flop.
Yeah.
So you take 2 bludgeoning damage as you jump and successfully catch yourself, but it does like stub your toe a little bit. And literally the moment you hit the ground, you hear something just like shook directly in your vicinity, but it is very dark down here outside of like one torchlight.
And can I see Vesper still?
Vesper is out of sight. You seem to be in like a 5x5 little room that Vesper seems to have just left. And now getting sense of your surroundings, there's a large like cask of ale barrel lid that is like embedded in one of the walls.
Save that for later. All right. I'm just gonna try to catch up to Vesper if I can. I'm gonna like call out his name just to like see if he responds. I'm gonna say, Vesper, I hear something above.
We must go quickly.
You are within audible range. If you're calling this out fairly loudly, you'll hear his voice from past that cask of ale barrel lid and down a direction further past, and says,
I understand. I'm on it. I'm warning Aeolas.
and you hear his voice kind of echo farther away. And you get the indication, I'll say for free, because of the way this is played out, that barrel lid is false and it's some sort of hidden door.
Oh, interesting.
And I can actually move you to that screen.
Oh, snap.
Only Tim?
I'm just gonna keep like.
Everyone else close your eyes.
Oh, I'm not looking.
I'm gonna try.
I can move only a single character to a screen, so that's what I'm doing in this moment. But I do need to do.
Well, and I put my goggles on so I can have night vision, and I'm assuming the illusion.
The illusion should cover that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely fair enough.
Nice. I was about to say this is a little poor choice of sending the guy without dark vision.
You are on the screen. It should be all black to you right now, and I'm going to reveal an area real quick. Reveal areas. Polygon reveal.
I love that Pokemon.
All right, so you are in a very small boxed enclosed space with a barrel lid in front of you that you could push past. You still have movement in this moment. You just dropped 20 feet, but you can do something if you want in this space.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up with Vesper if I can, okay. Or at least like keep on his trail so I know where he's going.
Okay. Give me 1 second to copy. And we will come back to the surface world in just a moment.
And I will also very quickly with because I have a sword, tip of my sword, I'm gonna point and like really quickly draw an arrow and a J pointing towards the cask, like in the dirt.
Oh, okay. You're able to do that. I'm going to say that's probably your action to draw that out real quick. Yep. But you are able to then, you do that and you are able to push past that barrel lid. And this is what you are able to see.
A little punch. I'm ready.
You seem to be in some sort of like barrel storage space, and you get the indication that the echoing footsteps of Vesper are running off in this direction.
All right, I will head that way, and then, yeah, at my turn, just moving as far as I can.
Okay. You are following Vesper down there. We will come back to the others now. The individual, I think, will get a turn at, Telperion went first and then he went. So yeah, Telperion, you have your action before this individual has the chance to react.
Okay, I'm gonna do a non-lethal first strike attack action.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Am I flanking? Oh no, I can't flank.
You are not flanking in this moment.
Ugh, keep rolling low. 13.
13 does not hit. This individual is very lithe and dexterous, and they just hop to the side, beautifully balancing on this.
No, that's a 9. 16. That's a 16.
Okay, well, 16 does hit, actually, so go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, sorry.
And this individual has been wounded somewhat significantly by Rome's ice knife, so they are hurt. Perhaps not.
Yeah, this is non-lethal again.
Okay.
7 plus 3 plus 4 is 14.
14 damage?
Yeah.
You see their beak like almost dislocate a little bit and a spray of blood fly out from their head as you cock them. They're still up, but they are heavily bloodied.
Okay, I just healed 3 on that from the 3 I were psychic.
Okay.
I'll use a sword charge.
A dislocated beak just sounds so much grosser than a dislocated jaw, and I don't know why.
And then I want to, as my last attack, use my open hand and just grab their throat to ask to like kind of like grab
Okay.
them and ask them a question.
Perfect. They do get to try and avoid your grapple, but go ahead and make an athletics or acrobatics check. Or you have to make athletics. They get to choose.
17.
And they are not proficient, so they just get straight.
No.
They dodge out of the way of your grasp and are about to leap away, essentially. You see their wings beating behind them a little bit. And noticeably, Kenku's wings don't usually work. Kenku don't have wings in the Prime Material Plane. These do. And then you recall that there was a werecrow individual in a previous fight you guys had, and it's probably not a Kenku. It's some version of a animalistic Villian-style Kenku-like individual that has some werecrow lycanthropy within them.
I'm going to use my action surge to try to grapple again.
Okay.
And each
Go
grapple
ahead.
is one attack action, right? So I have 2 grapple checks again.
That is correct.
Jeez.
I'll try and dodge. The
So you're
additional
just like,
one.
no, give me your.
Pretty
At
successful.
20.
Oh, nice. And they had a 22. You see them literally leap away, but you're able to reach out fast enough to grab them. You
All right.
have them grappled.
So I
and
have them
low
grappled,
health.
and then I put my hand on their like throat, so they like can barely like make a sound. And I want to like, I'm gonna say, we haven't killed a single one of you here yet, and we won't if you tell us where the animals are kept, the creatures. We won't kill any of you.
Go
Yeah,
ahead
I
and
like-
make
yep.
an intimidation check. However, you have disadvantage on this.
Yeah, I do.
For the specific reason, and you might not know this immediately, but for the specific reason that 2 elven type individuals are surrounding this person.
Sure.
And that gives them
I
kind
rolled
of
an 18 and a 16, and I get +4 to this, so 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
I'm just going to give them a general wisdom check to see if they're coerced by this or not. They are heightened in their aggression against you, but they are so weakened and they see their ally on the ground, not slain. They don't see very much blood from this person. So at this moment, I'm going to pull us out of combat. You feel their wrestling loosen, and you suspect that you have this person well grappled. They're not anxiously trying to get away. And you have their beak like clamped shut, and you can tell they're in pain from their dislocated jaw being held together in this strange way. But they're wincing in pain, but otherwise not fighting you on this.
Before we resume anything, can we bio break?
Sure. Yeah. Let's bio break and come back.
Beautiful.
Beautiful, dutiful. Steve, there was a very funny moment there while Michael was rolling. Different than usual. He goes like, okay, that's a 10 plus 7, so that's 17. And you just on the side are like, yeah, that is 17. Just like in a not the normal condescension. It was just like, huh, I hadn't thought about that. I guess that is 17.
What time is it? It is 12:32. No.
Steve, you guys going anywhere in August?
We are. I'm trying to think. We're going like up north with some friends for a weekend for like 2 or 3 days. I think that's it. And then last weekend in August, I'm going to Chicago for the triathlon. But apart from that, I think the Hilton Head trip is the last big hurrah.
How do you train for that triathlon? Like, what have you been doing?
You just keep running and biking and swimming as often as possible. I went through a quote unquote training program last time I did it, and I have that same one set up. But it's literally just like run slightly further, then bike slightly further, then swim further, and just like get used to being uncomfortable for an extended period of time while doing those things.
You got to do the Barney Stinson and just run a marathon with no prep.
Did you do the triathlon at Binghamton or take the triathlon class?
I did not. I didn't know that was a thing there. I didn't get into like doing triathlons till I got into Madison, and I don't even know why I did the first one. I think my friend Mike. I forget how it even came up. We did like a sprint triathlon in Chicago like 6 years ago. Yeah. Let me turn off alarms.
So this is like a full distance one. It's not a sprint one.
Yeah, this is the Olympic distance one. So should be fun. Can I help you?
I can't go in any tighter.
Can I help you? Did you make my coffee?
I did. It's not done yet.
My bad about ice knife. I won't do that again.
Lols.
I forgot that there was like damage that everyone else takes, and that occurred after I had casted it. I was like, oh.
Kinsalo forgives you.
I think that you doing that was great because now A, you'll always remember that. But B, it couldn't matter less. I already healed 3 damage, so I've only taken like 2 damage.
Okay, so I'll heal Kinsalo. Then I won't even heal you.
I think that we're at like enough level where like 9 HP isn't that big of a deal until we're like at the wire. So like I wouldn't even heal him until he's like dying.
Yeah.
But no, it's seriously no big deal. It's really fun. I think it was funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was laughing because in my other my college friend D&D group that was like very on and off, literally that's the last thing that happened in the last session we just did, except it hit more people. There's like 4 people in our party, and it hit 3 party members, and it was very funny because it did like a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And we're only level like 3, so it did like more than half the party's HP.
That's really funny.
There's like an interesting scenario where like a wild magic sorcerer can like accidentally cast fireball on everybody at first level because it's one of the things on the wild magic search table.
Magic search,
I'm very curious, like if that ever happened to a group like unknowingly, and they're just like, okay, we're all dead.
That would be really funny for like a sorcerer who has never played D&D before and like doesn't know what the magic surge table is.
Yeah. Wild magic. That sounds fun.
Oh, something random can happen.
You kill everybody.
It is so ungodly hot in this house. It's 82.
Oh, jeez.
Also, I just left my our AC unit crapped out a day and a half ago, and the furnace is pretty new, so I don't think it's an issue with the interior unit. I am personally suspecting that the condensing unit outside is broken because it's way older and it's not cycling the refrigerant through the system, and therefore our furnace can blow air through the house, but it's just hot, normal room temperature air. There's no refrigerant being cycled through, so it's not getting cold air. I'll be right back. I gotta grab my water bottle.
That was so many words in such a short span of time.
Chase Windu.
What's funny is sometimes when I know what I'm going to say, I just like read it like a teleprompter and I just rattle off the words. But sometimes when I'm like making stuff up on the spot in like a D&D atmospheric description, I stumble over my words so much.
Want, or need, or could, or should.
It's just so difficult for
Just
me
like
to
just like slow paced, and you're still stumbling.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I keep Jolteon in the shot.
Oh, is he on the mic? Nice. Okay, you guys have this Werecrow individual grappled right now and are welcome to do what you like in this moment. And Jiri, you are below ground, so we'll get to you in just a moment, but I want to know what kind of the first couple moments of the surface world are doing.
So this individual's still alive?
They are still alive. They're very low hit points. They've been bloodied and bashed non-lethally, but enough to, delay them. But you guys are free to interrogate or do what you wish.
I'm interrogating. So I got my, clutching him, throw, grab, eat, grab, and I say, look at my friend there. Hot bird, just like you. He doesn't want me to kill you. He's really the better half here. So I won't do anything lethal if you just tell me where the creatures are. We really don't want to kill any of you. Where are the creatures that you took? Yeah.
Insalo, beating his wings next to you, says, he speaks the truth. I have no interest in killing lycanthropes like you all. I have no ill will towards you. But we need help. We need to see what you have hidden here so that we can acquiesce the Eladrin. They have us sent on a task here. And he will give advantage to your persuasion.
Okay. Sure. Is it persuasion still?
Yeah, you were persuading, not intimidating.
That's fine.
Down low, I'm doing.
8.
No, you have advantage.
Oh, I thought you said disadvantage.
No, advantage.
18.
Yeah, that's a big difference. This individual.
I was like, wow, this really sucks.
This individual tries to speak through a muzzled beak.
Oh, I let him go for when, like.
What do you want with the creature?
To go early sit in the forest.
This forest is not safe for it. The Eldred have it trapped here.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. They have some ill will against our leader.
Why does your leader want the creature?
We have a contact in a city fairly far from here who can make appropriate accommodations for the creature. Keep it living, keep it healthy, deliver adequate room for it to roam.
Why do you care about it?
Aeolas's words hold great sway amongst our people. He has treated us with kindness since he took over. and has put us on a better path than we once were.
And why does Aeolus care about the creature?
It is hard for me to guess at his ultimate motives, but he means it well.
All right, I'll release you soon. What kind of creature is it?
I have not personally seen it. It is contained below, intended to by a select few of our scouts. Supposedly very dangerous and very elusive. Difficult to capture, and far more difficult to reason with.
And it's not native to these woods?
It is, though it is not free to roam far from the Eldrin's abode.
And have the
Eldrin
Eldrin...
are selfish creatures. They wish for all beauty in these lands to surround them and their dying wood, and not pursue thriving wilderness elsewise.
What else have the Eldrin done to you?
They have harried our organization for decades, possibly centuries even, far before I joined. But since Aeolus took over, we have been more successful in evading their attention and aiding the creatures of these areas.
When you say Aeolus put you on a better path, what path were you on before?
As I understand, the Selenixians were once a bandit crew. Now we have something of a patron, our contact. And we do some version of good in this fucked up fairy realm.
Do you serve the Queen of Air and Darkness?
Spits.
We serve neither queen. We belong to no court. They can be at each other's throats for as much as they want. We don't care. We mean to do good beneath their political squabbles.
I'll look at Consalo to see if he has any questions.
Just seems to be studying the individual, arms crossed, held aloft by his wings.
Toby
Ramit, you're free to do that.
And I'm also posted up at the doorway keeping watch, but I'm also like keeping an ear out. Could I make, potentially at disadvantage, I'd assume, like an insight check on what I'm hearing this guy speak? Like, does this strike me as like some on the spot BS, or is this like too well crafted to be?
I'll give you an insight check, but with disadvantage, since you're not able to supplement it with facial cues and body language and stuff like that. With 10, the words don't strike you as BS on the spot, but whether they're an adept liar or truthfully pleading and describing, you're uncertain.
Gotcha.
Can I quickly poke around for Moby3's body?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check as you search off in this direction where his arrow had carried. You successfully find broken in half the kind of ruined hemispheres of a spherical metal contraption, as well as kind of the fragile, delicate framework of its wings. However, I would like you to make a perception check as well.
Jesus.
Above 12 is enough to tell that you can hear conversation slowly getting louder from off in this direction.
I missed it on the map, but I'm assuming you were pointing at the bottom of the map.
Very bottom of the map where you saw those two scouts journey off that direction. It's only been a matter of minutes, but they're heading back in your direction right now.
Okay. As soon as I would have started when Telperion started his line of questioning, so I'm assuming they coincide at the end.
Yep.
I will retreat back up. Rome, get over here. Toby, Telperion, they're coming back.
If I let you go now, what will you do?
I suppose we have no choice but to flee.
I'll hide your friend's body, and you flee due that way. Don't come back for an hour, and say that you were searching for you heard a noise. I don't want to harm you, and I have shown you that I bear you less ill will than you think. And I will kill as few of your friends as possible, if any.
If you kill us, you will surely invoke Aeolas's wrath.
This has been
But
much more
otherwise
difficult.
seems to acquiesce to your...
This has been much more difficult than it would be if I just killed you, so I promise I'd rather not face any of your wrath. Go.
Toby,
If you
help me with the
allow
spot.
them to become ungrappled, they will take the disengage action and flee in that direction.
We're gonna.
With Toby's help, I will pick up this Kenku, unconscious Kenku
And
body.
it looks like there's some bushes right here.
No, we're gonna bring it inside.
Oh, okay. I'll also just do a spare the dying on it.
You
and
feel a
then-
lack of purchase with that magic, which actually is comforting that you know they still have a heartbeat, they still have breath drawing into their body.
I want to scout this way on this rickety roof and like just look if there's any. I know I'm about to ask Consalo to help me to descend in, but I'm just curious if there's any information I'm gleaning while I'm standing up here looking in.
You can make a perception check.
Sure. Ooh, 20. No. Yes. No. 22.
22. I will say you are able to see footprints, clawed footprints of perhaps a heavier werewolf individual leading up toward the altar and then off into a side corridor in that direction.
Okay.
Muddy tracks, signs of passage recent.
All right.
You do not see Jiri, Yurik, or Vesper in sight anywhere.
I send Roulette a quick thought, and I send Roulette a thought. I don't see him inside. Come on in, hurry! And I flag over Consalo to help me descend into this in like a controlled jump.
Okay. I will make these guys back available as they are slowly starting to return.
And you bring the body in.
Yeah.
There. Yeah, Roulette and Toby, with each other's aid, you can get the body inside. How are you intending to hide it? Just in loose rubble and kind of ruins, or
This is a Kenku, right? Or no, this is a werecrow thing. How big is this?
correct? 3 feet high, very small in stature. They're maybe even considered a small size.
First thing, Rome, help me tie up this thing. Just in case he wakes up, and I want to just like work with Rome to like bind the hands, bind the feet. I guess birds have feet. Bind the feet, and I don't know how to muzzle a bird.
Just wrap some.
Sure,
rope.
I'm going to give you a check here. If Rome is aiding you in this moment, I'm going to give you this check with advantage. I want you to make a sleight of hand check with advantage. The success of this check is going to increase the die that I'm about to allow you to roll.
I just took out one of the ropes from the bag of holding that is under my purview, so you use that.
19.
Actually decrease the size of the die. So with a 19, go ahead and roll a d4 for me.
Oh my god.
You do a 3 good job.
Okay. And what you expect is equivalent to 2-ish rounds. So fairly quickly, you guys are able to fully bind this individual. As these guys do continue to make their way back, so they get some time to do that. But if you had rolled, really high on like a D10 or something, they might have gotten up there by the time you were able to hide this.
Oh,
But
I have an idea.
I would say you have successfully bound and hidden this individual in the ruined shrapnel debris of this ruined chapel.
The very next thing I want to do, I'm just going to turn to Telperion. Telperion, pull that door closed.
Oh,
And I'm gesturing to the big wooden slat thing that Vesper pushed aside and have Telperion brain push
Okay.
it.
I'll say you guys are able to do that with no like quietness check necessary. You guys are able to shift that closed. Okay. You do hear some conversational dialogue happening between these two.
Where do you think they went? I don't know. Maybe they all went inside. Perhaps. But I don't see Javi up above the trees. Perhaps they surveilled the area? I don't know. Let's give it a berth and see what's going on here.
So you just see those individuals trying to figure out the situation. This is confused.
We just closed the door. Is there a way still for me to get like an eye like through a crack or something to like get like a brief visual outside?
Yeah, that's available.
Then I'd like to like so I can do 30. So like right in that vicinity, start doing thaumaturgy to create some like just like fucking creepy ass like no stop please just like little one word at a time. I can't do many, but like I can do like a quick little thing one at a time.
I could give you at least for the next round. I could give you one kind of phrase that you're able to get out here. This is essentially right in front of where they're walking. Did you want to lead them in a direction or just stop their progression? What's your intent here?
To spook them out and be like, okay, that's not normal. What the fuck is going on?
Okay. I'll give you an intimidation check out of curiosity.
I want to
see how this goes.
Do you see him doing it?
It's a verbal component, and I want to stop Toby from doing a verbal component.
I will say, as Toby begins doing these verbal components, you probably have an opportunity to react here if you want to do something.
I don't have to be shouting.
No, you can be whispering and muttering for sure, but if the Rolette's right next to you, she's free to take action in this moment as well.
I'm in shush mode. Like the second that I hear the dudes outside, I want people to be shush.
So what do you do?
Mom. Oh, I'm not going to try.
You see Tobirama begin to mutter is the point. That's happened. So you have a moment to react if you want to take action in some way.
I'm not going to put my hand over his mouth, but I will Toby.
You could get that off. Does Toby complete his cantrip when Roulette does that? You're free to.
I'll let loose like the first one, which is just like a ominous wail that they hear, and then I'll stop.
Oh shit! What was that?
And they kind of slow their approach in confusion and draw both of their bowstrings, but they are getting closer, just slowly, not sure what they just heard.
I'm moving toward the prince I said, and I'm like giving everyone a ping in their brain to like, hey, this way.
Yeah, I'm gonna start to peer around to just kind of see if there's any indication as to where Jiri had gone.
Okay.
What is Jiri's
with Telperian's pathway he's kind of tracing, you're able to quickly pick up on the tracks. Your survival instincts kick up, and you can very clearly see the muddy tracks leading off in the direction that Telperian's following. As you guys start to surveil that space a little bit, we're gonna go back down to Jiri. Jiri, you had just entered into this kind of ale storage barrel room, and you know Vesper had just run off in this direction. Are you continuing to follow for a bit, intending to catch up with him?
Yeah, so as I go through this like room, I'm gonna be like pushing barrels out of the way, making a clear path towards this direction, and I'm gonna try my best to try to catch up with him. I'm gonna move. I guess technically I'll like take the dash action and try to just catch up as much as I can. Not sure if I'm able to, just to see how close to him I can get.
Yeah. Within the next turn, I'm gonna make it clear what's gonna happen here. That needs to be visible, and then I'll move him there. Shift there. And you are free to dash. So I'm going to reveal some more areas a little bit. there seems to be some sort of long corridor that he's running down, all wood construction down here. And so you are able to, follow his footsteps, especially taking the dash action. As you get up within 5 feet of him, you are able to, get up to literally next to him, and you see him fumbling with a door latch right now.
As I'm running through like this wooden area, I'm gonna be like dragging my sword behind me, like leaving like kind of scuff marks in the floor, just like pretending like I'm like moving hastily and like injured, just leaving a trail. And then I'm gonna like get up beside him and just like let him do his thing.
Okay. As he's fumbling with the latch and you are approaching with your sword dragging, you can see through these kind of shoddily wooden construction, wall framing. It's like very together knit, like shiplap or boards of wall, but you can see like through time there have become like gaps and striations in the and you can see light filtering in from both sides of these walls. And as you're dragging your sword and you see Vesper clambering with the latch, you hear voices in a nearby space, the space that Vesper is moving toward, saying,
"Oh, wonder what happened up above. I wasn't expecting them to come in so soon."
So you get the indication that there are more individuals within this seemingly interior structure space.
Okay.
But with a couple moments, Vesper will open this door. And I will give a little bit more interior spatial information. Vesper opens the door, and it seems to be some sort of almost like a tanner workshop space, and he immediately rushes in. Are you following?
Yep, I'm gonna fall behind him, panting, and just like kind of letting Vesper lead the way, and it's like kind of just behind him.
Perfect. You pass a couple like simple crates, and you see a couple like skinned creature hides on the table next to you. But otherwise, Vesper begins to call out,
"Allies! Allies! Yurik has returned!"
And as you guys crest out into this space, you make a little more space visible.
I'm so scared. Jerry's so brave.
Not good.
Pardon for just a moment as I
Until Perry will never
the
let
shit
Jerry
out of
go.
this. All right, you can see this whole interior space. There seems to be another guard over here, kind of patrolling, that immediately rushes up to both of you.
"Yurik, we thought you were lost."
And another individual gets up from where he's sitting over here and makes his way around the table towards you all. And you can hear the gasping, like, coughs of some injured creature over in this direction.
What do you need from us, Vesper? Yurik, how fare you?
I have grave news. The elves have come for us.
We have outstayed our welcome then. We must get out of here. Are you here to warn our leader?
Yes, the chief must be alerted as soon as possible. Where is he right now?
He should be in the war room.
Very well. We shall join them post-haste.
And Vesper and these two individuals shepherd Yurik this direction.
Go. Allies, you should flee while you still can.
We will. As soon as we make the others aware. We can't leave our brethren behind, and then we'll get out of this place.
Yes, Vesper and I will warn them. You, go.
Well, they're right here.
And he just opens a door, and there's a large central space that they begin to step into. And I will make this area known to you right before we go back to the others.
Ooh, yikes.
And right before and as soon as they both step in and Vesper steps in as well, I'll say you're probably right behind Vesper. We're gonna pause it right there before I describe what you're seeing in this large room. We're gonna go back to the others real quick. All right, Telperion and Rome, you have identified where Telperion is clearly following the tracks of. Telperion, you're off in a direction. Are the rest of you following, I imagine?
Kinsalo, help me carry this guy. We need something. I don't know what Jiri's encountering down below, but if we need some sort of hostage switch or something, we gotta bring this guy with us as a testament, at least to us not hurting anyone. Well, not fatally hurting anyone.
Okay. You want to give me a hand so things go quicker?
Yeah, I will, and I'll help carry.
All right. Grab his feet. I got his underarms. And you both hoist and are able to carry the Kenku. I'll put that individual. Oops, not that. This there. We'll say you guys are carrying that individual through this space, following your allies. Toby Rama, you're able to join your allies, obviously, and you all are slowly making your way toward the corridor that Telperion is leading toward. Telperion, you're able to follow those tracks to that same kind of old, abandoned, almost like clergy maintenance preparation space, and it just seems to be an old room with some rotting tables, some old haphazard like tapestries and floor rugs. There doesn't seem to be anything of much interest. A couple broken statues in the room.
Well,
looks like it was once possibly beautiful, but
I have my suspicions because I traced the tracks in here. So can I start poking and prodding at stuff?
yeah, you can kind of see also that the tracks do lead towards one of the statues specifically. So go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, 8 plus 6. 4.
Okay.
14.
With 14, you're able to check out the statue. Nothing seems to be particularly strange about the statue. But you knock on a couple walls, of the wooden walls that are surrounding the statue's kind of little alcove, and you definitely get an indication of hollowness behind one of these walls.
Try pushing at the wall.
As soon as you push it, it just kind of slides back and automatically is drawn sideways and shows like a shaft downward 20 feet with a ladder there.
All right, I'll wait for everyone to get over here so we can game plan before we go in. Where's Rome?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get over
Rome's
there.
over.
I'm also
It
gonna.
seems as though there's a creature that is captured. Yeah, what is our game plan? We're gonna go down there, and then I think we should try and free this creature. Let it make its own choice as to where it wants to go. Who are we to say that we should capture it and bring it back to the Eladrin?
Well, so I interrogated that Kenku thing, but reached a scout. I continue to not know which side I'd rather side with here, because the Eladrin did ask for a head from someone who's never wronged us. They also asked for this creature, and according to that scout, they just like it because it's attractive to them. They don't let it go where it wants. So, I mean, that's not the worst thing anyone's done, but we made a deal that they would help us if we brought them a head or a creature. So we could break that deal if we think we could get home without their help, or we could try to find a way to appease them. I don't know. What do y'all think? Jerry is down there though, so we should talk.
Is there a way we can convince the Eladrin that they didn't have any creatures, and maybe lie and say, here's the route to their hideout. You can go and check. There's no one there anymore. We took care of them.
I think they just laugh us out of the temple because they don't need to help us then. If we don't do that.
We also don't even know what this creature looks like. It may not even. We may not even have the ability to bring it with us if it is.
And I think, Topirian, if I heard you right, the thing said they're having trouble reasoning with the creature. This isn't just like a horse or something. This is some sort of intelligent fey creature. I doubt we'd have any better luck. They had a whole horde of these lycanthropes to subdue and contain this creature. There's 5 of us. I don't think we're getting this creature back anywhere. I think our best bet right now is information and I don't know, convincing these lycanthropes that we're on their side or something. I don't know.
Well, I could attempt to, if we want to split up when we go down there, I can attempt to try and find the creature and speak with it and get its side.
I think that we'll need to do that at some point. I think getting face to face with whatever the creature is probably going to be a good idea. But I think first step is we go down, we go slowly, and if we get caught, we try and find Jerry. We try and parlay with whoever we're talking to.
Okay.
What do we have to offer?
You guys are having a conversation above ground. The conversation is also happening below ground. So we're going to go back to Jiri for a moment.
And I believe we left off with yikes.
Yikes.
Yikes, Scoob. Vesper and these 2 other individuals lead you into this room. And as soon as you step in, you see a couple of individuals, some more simple bandit mercenary styled with tribal face markings, shaved heads, leather armors, kind of standard fare from some of the individuals you saw above ground, as well as I do wish there was a way I could describe something just to one person, but we'll have to suspend disbelief here. All of you just dive in. No, it's totally fine. You guys just commit to RPing surprise in the future if that's an appropriate reaction. You see a turtle individual with a kind of crooked, gnarled staff and some glowing fairy lights floating around their person, next to a rather beautiful individual. Frozen, cold blue skin, beautiful hair, somber expression, looks very similar in appearance, but a male version of what appears to be a winter Eladrin, very similar to what Morrigan looked like back in the Kaer Methrin. And those 2 seem to be engaged in kind of hushed conversation. And as Yurik and Vesper and these others enter the premises, Vesper immediately calls out,
Aeolas! The Eladrin are supposedly on our tail. Yurik made it out with his life, but the rest were slain. They stole the Zaratan and now come here to seek vengeance, likely against you. We need to alert the others, make sure everyone gets out, as well as the creature.
The individual he was referring to as Aeolas, this winter Eladrin, turns to face these new people coming into this space and says, Yorick, I am sorry to hear that your crew has all been slain. This is an enormous blow to our people. I do not know how to adequately express my sorrow for this. And Yurik, as you see him addressing you, you see crystals forming at his eyes, tears that are immediately freezing upon contact with his skin and just starting to drip off of his face, and with a little tinkering of shattering droplets on the ground as just sorrow crystallizes from him. How long do you think we have? It will require time for me to persuade the creature that we must adapt our timetable.
They were right behind us. Is there another way out that we can flee from? If some of us leave now, it would be better. A better chance that more of us will make it out of this alive. I suggest the guards, some of us, start leaving immediately, and the rest will stay behind until you are done to watch over you.
No deception needed. ALS kind of picked up on a particular detail. You saw him cock his head at when you kind of said, "Is there another way out of this place?" And you see him ponder for a moment and then talk to the individual at his right, the turtle. Kemper, I believe we should trust Yurik's word and alert those in the bunks in the barracks, clear the stables, get everyone out via our other exits from this place. I alone will see to the creature. Please, all of you, at once. And you see various individuals leave the room in a few different directions. And Vesper does the same. Oops, there we go. Hang on 1 second. As people start to filter out of this space, Aeolas slowly approaches you and says, "Brother, I am confused. Why did you say if there are other entrances and exits of this place? Have fairies scrambled your brains? You, more than anyone, who recommended this location for our use, know all of its in and outs. I am surprised." And you see his eyes kind of frost over, clouding them entirely, and you just see tears and more pouring off his face, and he takes on a rather unsettling visage. And I need you to please make a wisdom saving throw.
Sorrowful presence.
You feel the sorrow of Aeolas like pervading your spirit and your soul, attempting to charm you or otherwise, and you barely shake out of it. What is your response to this kind of pressure he's putting on you at this moment?
Aeolas, I'm sorry. The sorrow of losing my companions is deep, but my only worry now is for the others to escape. We must flee from every way possible. Like I said, the elves, they were right behind me. The way I came in here, they will probably follow me down here.
Very well.
So I was just suggesting using the other routes. A simple slip of the tongue.
Very well.
So good.
Then I suggest you go collect your things, anything essential, and make your way out of whichever exits you wish. I have other business to attend to at this moment.
Aeolas.
And as you begin to respond, he begins running in a direction. What are you trying to say to him in this moment?
Alas, I am too weak to flee. I will stay with you and guard you in case the elves come.
You may try, brother. And he will continue to run, essentially dashing and jumping through an illusory wall and shoving a key into a locked door in this direction.
All right, I'm following, dragging the sword.
Oh, yeah, let me make that more visible to you at this point. So he had run, I'll trace out his trajectory. He had run through an invisible illusory door right here, continued forward, shoved a key in a lock, and had just stepped through a door.
Okay. Similar thing. Arrow, J, in the ground, right in front of this door, very quickly, not spending a lot of time making it look nice, just brief marks through it, and then following him.
Okay. As you continue to follow him, you can hear various commotion throughout other spaces of the subterranean area. Noises of armor being strapped on and boosters laced up, or weapons gathered and clinging of metal as people gather things. And Aeolas continues to move into this space. And I will make this space visible to you now as well. And as he has just run, I'll trace his trajectory again. He had just run here. And you hear a whirl of sounds like frost on the ground. And as you had just not delayed yourself very long, but as you trace something into the ground and rushed around clearing a corner, you no longer see Aeolas visible in this space. And you see a collection of kind of frost gathered on the ground right in front of a plant, a series of ivy that seems to be along a wall, an entire wall right here.
All right, I will end my turn just inspecting it, trying to figure out where did this guy go.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you're looking at that wall, and then we'll go back to the others. As you are inspecting it, you kind of take a look, and it just seems to be inert ivy covering this wall, like vines of thin ivy strands with a ton of pretty colored petals, mostly green, but hints of violet and orange occasionally. And as you lean closer, you feel a grasp around your arm and your leg. And I need you to please make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
Yikes.
You feel, as you are grasped in this moment, you feel the piercing of thorns as the vines instinctively reach out, grasp you, and have restrained you currently to the wall. You take, you fail that save, so you take 4 poison damage and are currently restrained to that wall in this moment. And that is where we will leave you for just a moment.
The cliffhanger.
The rest of you, you are, Telperion and others, you are looking down into a shaft with a ladder in front of you. What are you, and you are conversing on how to move forward. What are you doing in this moment?
Let's just stop descending, because we clearly can't make a decision with the information we've got.
And we need to make sure Jiri's okay. That's comes above all.
Do we have any magic that will help us hide or be not obvious as we go through? We don't know what we'll
I can lead the way with my sphere of darkness.
So you could certainly do that. I don't think Rome has cast anything else with concentration, so Pass Without Trace will still probably be up, although it would trigger a new stealth check right now after so much has happened.
You're muted.
Cast it again.
Yeah, you got
I'm
it.
out. But I'm going to transform into a panther.
With that still, with the Trace still up.
So
I mean, Pass Without a Trace is up. I cannot
Oh.
cast it again. I'm out.
I think it's actually gone because he cast invisibility on me.
Unless
Yeah.
you
That is
use
true.
your
The
item.
invisibility.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
unless you
You got
use
that
your
item.
item. That's true. Unless you
I
use
guess I
the
could
item.
use- No, I'm out of spell slots. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it would.
Mm.
Yeah, but if you used this item, you would still have. The
Yeah,
old
if you had
stuff.
used this item on upon invisibility casting, then it could have done stuff. But because that triggers other effects, I'm going to say let's not retroactively
Yeah,
change
no.
our mind that far in the past.
Yeah.
Oh, Steve's learned his lesson. All right.
Let's just go down carefully. And Toby, I like the idea of the candle. We could go hand in hand, and we could candle until you see something that makes you want to uncandle. Go, Toby. You go first.
I'll lead the way down.
You can cast it using a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay.
And I will
With all of
light
you
the candle.
going down this ladder, you slowly, one by one, enter this confined. Let me do this. You guys are on the token layer. I will move you to that map right now.
new map.
Who goes first down this shaft?
Me.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Toby Rama goes first, and you come to the bottom of this ladder, and you are in a confined 5x5 space. There is a small torch burning, very low lit, like embers, giving off some hint of light, but like very dim light. But you can see stone walls, the ladder, and a large cask lid of ale.
Well, they definitely went this way. And I'll start being like, okay.
And you
so
actually look
there's-
down with your extremely high passive perception. You look down and you see where Jiri had traced something into the dirt of this space. J with an arrow pointing in the direction of the lid.
Oh, I'll try and pull it aside.
It does not budge when you try and pull it. There's like enough room for it to like grab a handle, but as you pull it, nothing happens. But you do feel like some version of movability, and as you push it instead, it very somewhat easily swings open on something of a spring-loaded closing
Read that word. So the next
latch.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll peer out into the next
Oh, we did that.
space.
spell it right.
As you do so, you're able to walk into this kind of storage area of casks of ale, several barrels throughout this space, littering the ground. Who's next down the ladder?
I'm gonna be behind because I'm in panther form.
Okay. So you kind of adeptly, I'm going to say for panther coolness, can't climb ladders per se, but you're very adeptly able to just leap down and land on all 4 feet without being subjected to a kind of controlled dexterity
Yeah.
check there. So you are, I wonder if I can get a panther token here on the board real quick, because that's awesome. You are able, Toby has kind of propped up the lid of this false cask of ale, and it's like slowly closing. So unless someone holds it open, it will close over time, but easy enough to push it back open.
I'm gonna let Roulette go, and then I'm gonna lower Alfie down so she can put a hand up to hold Alfie, and I'm holding like Alfie by like a leg.
Alfie's got his grappling hook. He's fine.
Okay.
Alfie's gonna grappling hook and lower our prisoner. First, well, no, I go down. Prisoner on the grappling hook, then Alfie by the grappling hook, and then Consolo.
Then me. Go last.
Rome, I have just saved the settings of this panther, so you should be able to be in full control of this panther.
Excellent, thank you.
Hopefully that, unless a refresh is necessary, that should be available for you. But you're able to move out of that little space. Who's next down? Alfie and someone else?
The party of Roulette, then the prisoner, then Alfie, then Consolo.
Okay. We'll very quickly just say over the next couple of
Everyone.
moments, you guys are all able to get down there. Consolo and you shepherding down this unconscious werecrow. You guys are all in this space. What are you doing?
All right, I'm gonna start scouting ahead with my candle in hand and ready to light it, but not having lit it yet. And I just want to like peek every corner, get a sense for the space before we move into it.
You are lighting your candle in this moment, or you're about to light it?
I'm having it ready for any moment.
So you get some general atmospheric information about this like wooden corridor you are right in front of that continues down and out of sight.
Having seen the arrow with the J on it, can I just look around in this next room to see if there's an obvious way that, because I am impressed by Jiri. Roulette smiles and is now looking around for any other signs of which way.
Give me an investigation check. Your modifier is crazy. Although there is a quick pace by Jiri was not able to leave a successful groove in the stone floor of this ale space, as you look around the surrounding areas, you do see sword grooves recent in this area, indicating someone had just recently traversed this direction.
Toby, keep an eye out for the mark on the floor. Jiri had the sword from that Uric guy, and he's probably leaving us a trail somehow. We should just follow him. Keep an eye out for some arrows or something.
For free, you guys also get a little bit of audible information as you, throughout the various degrees of solid construction, some stone, some wood, you hear commotion in this space. Like you hear the tinking of metal weapons being put together. You hear general foot traffic. There is activity down here, kind of echoing through various slits in wooden walls and echoing down stone hallways, etc.
Can I use my keen sense as a panther to try and detect the direction in which these creatures are?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me perception with advantage.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that. I don't know why. I thought I was doing a +4. My bad. Sorry. There's one, and here's the second one. And it was a +4.
Okay, so an 18 total, looks like. You get the indication that, especially based on where you are, most of the commotion is happening audibly from loosely this direction in the subterranean structure of this place. You get olfactory sense of recent bestial travel from this direction toward that corridor, and just drifting in from what I would say is the lower right portion of the screen, you get a very musty, disused smell from there. So there's very likely not traffic in the bottom right corridor, but there is some audible noise coming from that direction and some other smells and such in this direction.
I'm just gonna.
Seemingly, various routes are used in this space, but you've also ruled out one. So, in a weird way, sound is echoing from almost this like small cubby alcove room, but not from further down this corridor. Which I'll make a little bit more of that visible. Yeah, so nothing from down that corridor, but for some reason there's some noise echoing from this alcove.
All right, can I stealth down in that direction then?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll.
Okay, and that's a +6 with the panther.
Okay. Very adept at clinging to shadows in your black furred form and your soft padded feet keeping audible very low. You think you are very successfully stealthing through this area, and upon coming to that alcove, especially with your earlier perception check, you get smells and light drifting in from behind a crate that has just been kind of set in front of what seems to be some kind of gap or space in a doorway. Like a secret door has been made here and covered with a crate.
Okay. Can I guess, peer over? Is it possible for me to peer over the crate into, like, that space?
I would say you're getting cracks of light through it, but the crate probably needs to be shifted to be able to get more information or visual into that room.
Okay, I'm gonna run back up to my friends here and prod at Rowlett to come and kind of help me move the crate.
I'm walking in the opposite. I started walking in the opposite direction because I saw. Well, did I see? I guess the other sword marks, were those up on the top part of the room, or I don't.
The top part of the room. Yeah, you get a sense of recent. If Jiri truly was leaving a trail purposefully, you identify that north portion of the room to probably be where he headed. But Rome has clearly identified some other version of traffic in the lower version.
I'll send Alfie because I'm currently holding the body with Gonzalo.
That's also true. Yes.
I'll
go because I can't tell us anything. So I mean, there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Pyrian, you identify this crate that Rome seems to be kind of indicating you toward, and I'll say, with minimal strength required, you can simply shift this crate.
Does it sound like there's active noise coming from the other side of the crate?
Just general echoings of of commotion from other spaces filtering in through a gap in construction.
Then I'll kind of move it.
And as soon as that crate is, as soon as that crate is moved, there is clearly an opening here leading to this other space.
And I step aside so she can walk in if she wants, but I'm not going in there.
Okay. Rome, are you moving forward in that space?
Do I see any? I guess I still can't make out if I can see any people moving around.
You don't seem to in this immediate vision, but if you move forward a bit, that might change.
All right, I'm gonna move forward, I guess, on top of the crate and peer around.
Okay. As you can kind of lower your back and kind of glance into the space, this middle space seems to be some kind of war room with maps and schematics and dishes and all sorts of stuff. Like this is some kind of common area used for general conversation of a group and possibly eating and otherwise. And you hear quite a bit of noise coming from an open door right here. And you can see into that, actually from your vantage point, I'll give you a little more information. You can see into a bit of that. And there appears to be a bed. And so possibly individuals, plural, are gathering supplies from that space.
Okay.
I step forward to peer in, and you said there's like maps on the table?
Yes.
Can I try to levitate one that doesn't look like it's being stepped on by like a drink or something towards me?
Yeah, you can kind of pry off one of the smaller versions and bring it over to you for sure.
I do that and I look at it.
Seems to be some kind of loosely scrawled portion of forest that you can't immediately make out, with some X's, a couple dots, and just general sketches of some sort of either trajectory or migration patterns or planned routes for an organization to take, various indications of travel of some sort.
Is there anything else that looks interesting on the table from where I am?
Yeah, there's a much larger schematic there. But it is under ale jugs and mugs and such. Otherwise, a bunch of kind of old dishes and stuff, like a half-eaten turkey bone and some gross-looking kind of like white-ish, gray, almost translucent like meat type of dish. Doesn't look very appealing.
All right.
There's that on a couple plates.
I'm gonna start moving back. So when I was walking out here, this is a corridor?
Yes, that appears to be a corridor.
Okay. And I don't hear any sound, so I'm gonna poke down and just look out this way.
Okay. There seems to be a doorway off to your left, and otherwise the corridor kind of continues for a bit.
Oh, jeez. I go back to the group. I say, well, I found a different corridor, but it looks like there's something here that indicates Jerry went this way. But do we think he passed people? The problem is we can't follow him exactly because he was disguised and could walk among them. If we go the same route they all go, we might not get a spot.
If we don't follow that same route, equal chances. I mean, Jerry's been doing a great job so far of clearing out anyone who's been trying to follow him. I think we gotta just follow whatever marks Jerry left for us and take it slow.
Leave that. Oh, you want to take the body with us? Can't we just leave it? You think it's good collateral?
I don't know.
I don't know that it's going to prove much, but we can bring it if you want.
I want to bring it with us.
All right, Toby, why don't you lead the way and get ready to light that candle if somebody sees us. But don't take out our vision until that happens. Or until you think someone's there.
Not fully step into
Does
the
anyone
space, but I'm
want
going
to
to
go
start
right after
peering
Toby?
around.
MK, you're on mute.
I'm not going to fully step into the space. I'm just going to start by peering around the corner and seeing and getting a lay of the space.
Okay. You are absolutely able to. Okay. You're absolutely able to, and you see that as somewhat desolate, rough, shoddy, wooden construction corridor.
Just a corridor?
Yep.
Oh, is like this a wall?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll start every corner. I'm peeking around and being certain.
You're able to do so with fairly careful and quiet pace, somewhat slowly probably, and you can identify that there are no individuals in this corridor. There is an open door right over here, though.
Where?
That is letting light into this corridor.
Where?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong layer. Over here.
Okay.
Come on, Birdman.
Guys, should I bring the werecrow, or are we ditching it at
Yeah,
this
I'm
point?
carrying it with Gonzalo.
I'll carry it with Gonzalo.
You carry it with Gonzalo.
Okay, you guys are still shuffling this body along. Toby Rama, as you get to the door, you hear the hurried footsteps of several individuals kind of hurry past in that general vicinity. I'm going to oversimplify this and get all of them. These individuals rush past. You hear their foot traffic, so you know they're kind of roughly moving past you into some other space, including a werewolf. But they do not have vision on you. They're not able to tell that you guys are there in this moment.
As
and
I'm
seem
getting
to have other
to about here, am I still seeing any indication of the dragging marks?
I will say to this point, Jiri was probably within sight of Vesper in your exact vicinity, so you may have to look around for a bit to see where he may have resumed that. It seems to be a couple gaps where that is no longer the case.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're staying on Jiri's path specifically.
Okay. Jiri, I would also like you to please make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
Everyone's so aware that Christopher's in an 80-degree house right now.
That's so funny that you say that, because I feel so sweaty right now. It is a sauna in this room.
I just watch you take a sip of water, and I was like, he needs that.
Yep.
10.
With a 10. Okay. You fall asleep. Okay. The rest of you are able to, Toby Rama, you peek your head out, and there do not seem to be any individuals in this space, kind of as soon as you check here, except for the gasping, low, wheezy breathing of one individual that off to the side you can kind of identify is roped and trapped to like a post, almost like a torturer's rack, but simpler. And they seem to be slumped over on the ground, leaning up against the post, tied up. A little out of vision from your perspective, but you can tell that there's an individual there.
There's an individual there. Is there looking into this space, there doesn't seem to be like another way to move forward in this side.
You may have to more carefully investigate for any well-hidden means of egress of some kind, but at a glance, looks like some empty boxes, empty crates, some empty chests, some other plates of dishes. So yes, it looks like a fairly dead-end spot, somewhere where people might take a shift of watch, for example, somewhere, but nothing of note.
Any signs of what we assume to be Jiri heading the other way?
I would say with your high passive perception and being proficient in survival, you pretty quickly pick up on that pattern that you were looking for. There is a couple more drag marks of steel on packed dirt along this path.
And I'm following it.
I'm gonna go check out the prisoner real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Telperion.
Tobirama-
Look at the prisoner as well.
Okay.
I will
Get
resume
closer to the prisoner.
where pro-carrying.
You see the form of an individual. You have seen this type of creature before. It seems to be a darkling. Pale skin, several wounds on its body that are kind of like leaking light, like kind of pouring out of various parts of its wounds, and it is trapped, roped and small in creature. It has no chance of getting out of its binds, and it is like barely conscious. Very bloodied, gross black blood kind of smeared on various parts of it and leaking light, almost like a balloon with popped holes. It's just like various little spots of light peeking through it, which you know is the familiar sight as when darklings are killed, they release flashes of light.
That was all I needed to see. So we know what it was. It doesn't help me think anything worse than these.
It like kind of rolls its head in your direction as you approach, but its eyes are like swollen shut. It is not really regarding you very much.
Okay.
Onwards.
Okay.
Onward.
Well, Tobirama, as you begin to peek through this space right here, you see a war room of a kind of common room dinner style area that Telperion had glanced from another side. Various maps and schematics and blueprints and other such and such, just various debris in this space. Perhaps at careful, searching, there could be something of use or value here, but at a quick glance, it seems just like, almost like a college common room, just kind of ransacked and mistreated over time, and used recently.
Any direction apparent of? Because I don't care about understanding the layout. I care about making sure we can locate our friend.
Sure.
Because
you see drag marks leading in this direction.
Well, that's where I'm heading.
And noticeably, Rome, as you kind of pass through that way, you no longer hear any signs of noise echoing from this door anymore.
Okay. I continue to slink forward.
Link.
Well, as you guys continue the path, the trail just ends at a wall right here.
Can I try and smell again to see if there's maybe a direction in which Jiri went?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception. With advantage.
It's a +4.
I would say, yes. You definitely, not only do you get a sense of where Jiri's scent is coming from and that kind of foul scent that Roulette put on his uric form, but you also get a weird sense that air and scent is just pervading the airflow of this space directly to your nostrils, almost like it's coming directly out of this wall. Like it's not being impeded. You're not smelling stone on this wall. You're just getting the continuation of scent as if it's drifting through nothing.
How do I communicate that to them as a panther? I guess I scratch at the wall.
As soon as you scratch at it, your claws just disappear as you're reaching through something illusory.
Ooh. But I can still pull my paw back out.
Yes.
All right, I'm
Take
gonna.
that.
What was that?
I think we take that as the sign that we needed to push through.
Okay, I'm gonna walk through it.
Okay. As you guys walk through, you also get. Oh shoot! I need to be on.
Well, it doesn't matter.
As you guys all move through this illusory door, you see a small set of steps in front of you, as well as an open door directly ahead. However, this space almost leads to a kind of an additional corridor off to the side, and you hear additional noise echoing from down that way.
Such a heist. Let's move quickly. Can we follow the path?
Quickly and carefully.
And Kinsalo is still following with Roulette helping carry.
Toby, do you see any signs of which way Jerry went, up or forward?
Yeah, which way?
As soon as you guys kind of move your heads past that illusory door, you are able to see another sign Jerry left for you. A couple of scrawlings on the ground with the letter J right at that open door, no longer locked. Jerry has done a pretty adequate job of indicating to you his route through here.
You're gonna be careful and peer around corners.
As soon as you get around there, Toby, you're the first to see it. This is somehow some version of a greenhouse, although there's no natural light filtering into this space. It's all like plant life that could thrive in darkness or otherwise. And against a wall over here, you see restrained, upheld to the side, like restrained by various vines, an unconscious Jiri.
Jiri or Ulrich? Uric?
Or Uric, rather. Okay. Yes.
I rush over.
You guys are able to.
Before waking him up, I start.
You see these vines all around his neck, his arms, piercing parts of his fur, and you can tell that they have drawn blood. They don't seem to be like strangling him per se, but certainly are restraining. And if these are poisonous in any degree, he is certainly being subjected to the poison because its thorns are in his skin.
I reach out my hands to his temples and I relax and I try to second pulse to wake him up. Or like second wind to wake him up.
And I'm gonna put 7 healing.
Oh wait, why don't you wait till I finish my thing?
I'm taking out a knife and going at the vines.
Okay. Roulette's looking at vines. We'll do Telperian's thing first. You send your psychic pulse into him. Have you reliably done this before?
I've done it to Kinsalo twice now. I think I had to make a save the first time, and then I did, and then I could do it to Kinsalo without a save.
Okay. This isn't a fully reliable thing yet, but I would like you to make an intelligence check with advantage because you have pulled this off before.
17.
Okay, that is above your personal DC. So you push past what you feel the walls of your limits of psychic energy, and you push past those, and you do successfully heal. You can go ahead and roll. You heal Jiri damage, but Jiri does not wake from his unconsciousness.
Roll the 1, but plus 7. So 8. Isn't it halved when I do it to someone
Divided by 4, yes.
Get 4 HP back, Jiri.
At least for now, it is halved. So, Jiri, if you are missing any hit points, you heal 4 damage, but you are still currently unconscious.
Okay. Yeah, Jiri looks pretty healthy. Just asleep.
You speak of when we're coming into a creature to the range must see all.
I'm taking a knife to go at the vines and try and cut them off.
Okay. As you start to do that with a knife, I need a sleight of hand check because these things are, as soon as you get close proximity, they start to writhe and contort. Seemingly the space where Jiri is confined, there's this type of vine all over the wall, but the space that is holding Jiri, if you're getting close to that space, it's too occupied, shall we say. It's got something grappled already. It can't lash out at a new target, but it is still difficult to successfully sever it from Jiri's form. So go ahead, sleight of hand.
Rome talked to planes.
Yeah.
You are trying to cut it off, and as soon as you cut off one vine, it drops to the ground, and another kind of grows around where it was. You're not going to make very much ground slowly cutting away at this.
I'm going to cast command on Jiri and say, wake. This says nothing about the person needing to be able to hear it. They need to understand your language. It doesn't say if they have to be conscious.
Yeah, if they have to understand your language, I'm going to say that Toby Rama would suspect you don't think that's going to reach his ears. If they have to understand it, they have to consciously understand it.
Okay.
I don't want you to have to waste this spell slot. I think
It's
Toby
not a
Rama
spell
would
slot.
suspect that. Oh, that's
do
right.
it.
It's
I
a
do
char-
it anyway.
charge
You know,
or
give it a shot.
Could I attempt something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to abandon my wild shape form by, I guess, like the mouth of the panther kind of like disconnects its jaw, and Rome like slides out of this husk that's left behind.
Super fucking awesome.
And I inspect the vines and cast Speak with Plants to try and persuade the plants to let go of Jiri.
You absolutely can cast Speak with Plants. You're enhancing your ability to communicate with them. You're inspecting it. As you're inspecting it, go ahead and give me a nature check.
Wow.
These vines, for some reason, they look familiar to you, but you can't remember why. Perhaps some past memory would tell you what these are, but it's inaccessible to you right now. But you still are able to cast the spell and communicate with these vines. As soon as you're kind of enhanced, what does it look like when are you just kind of opening up your cognitive space, or do they see any visual phenomenon accompany this spell?
Yeah, I guess I like the plants that make up me kind of like liven and direct energy toward this vine to provide it with the sentience that would require me to be able to speak to it.
Okay. As you do that, you all hear various individuals. Kinsala's not there. He has helped get that individual in. You guys are all safely in this space. But you hear various other individuals rush past the location where you had previously traversed, seemingly making their way out through some area or some exit of this place, perhaps the same one you came from or otherwise. But then the noise that had been echoing down from this direction quiets down. A lot of individuals from this place have seemingly left the premises. As you are opening your senses to this realm, what are you saying to this plant?
I ask it very kindly if it wouldn't mind releasing my friend, as I can give it something else to hold on to and like drag the husk of my like wild shape towards it. I don't if that's
here in your the rest of you just see the writhing of vines in response to Rome talking at these plants. But Rome, you innately understand the language of the creaking of these vines as they overlap and rub up and vibrate against each other. You can understand what they're saying to you. And they're saying,
this one is delicious. We will have to have a taste before we let this one go.
And when you say taste, what do you mean by that?
We must drink from its blood.
Well, I'm not going to allow you to do that to my friend. You can't taste any of his blood. And also, it seems as though you've already done that. I mean, aren't its like thorns in?
Yeah, but you're getting the indication that it wants to taste your offering. If you're offering your B shape, that's got to be appealing enough for it to release Jiri, because Jiri's rather delicious.
I see. My bad. All right, so I bring the panther husk towards it and like lay it across one of the vines so that it can grab onto it.
I'm going to say, and this is going to become canon and a precedent. Rome, I would like you to make a general wisdom check. It's going to be a generally high DC. I'm just going to announce DC 20, but this is depending on how adeptly you typically conjure your flora-based forms in your animal shapes. We'll see if it has like enough fey sap energy coursing through it, or whether it's just dried and withered vines at this point as soon as they're released from you.
Okay.
Get that inspiration die, Red.
Oh yeah, I will.
You
I will use the inspiration.
And you're welcome to do a roll first and then use the wisdom inspiration. That's hilarious.
It's a pile of poop.
Exact opposite.
Got it already.
So if you,
could I use
if
the
you would now
inspiration?
like to use inspiration, you're welcome to. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to do that because I can't let that happen.
Holy shit!
Beats it.
Oh my god!
As
That's the most
you
clutch inspiration die.
as you kind of almost like just shepherd forward your shedded flora form of this panther beast, the vines slowly reach out, not where Jiri is, but the space next to it, reach out and kind of surround that form.
This is unique. Very well. We will enjoy this taste for a while.
And you see Jiri's form released and falls to the ground.
I'm gonna grab Jiri and pull him away from the vines.
Okay, you're welcome to do so.
I am also going to. Is he still like visibly asleep?
He is still visibly asleep.
I'm
And there are
gonna-
still puncture wounds on his illusory but skin, where there are little droplets of blood indicating where the wounds are. And again, you being such a naturally proficient person, you suspect that if there's poison in him, it didn't just stop because the barbs have been removed. There's some version of something coursing through his veins.
I'm going to. What was I gonna do? Sorry. Shape water, like a kind of like a ball of water, and drop it on Jiri's face to try and wake him up.
Okay. You can do that for free. You kind of almost pulling the moisture from the air, drench Jiri's face, and his fur gets very matted and wet, but he does not wake from his unconscious state.
Anyone cast a spell that would remove the poison from his system?
Nope.
We have a potion that does it.
I'm already taking it out because I feel like I just did this recently to
You
someone.
gave someone an elixir of health for a reason that I'm forgetting right now. I don't remember.
Was it
Kinsala
Kinsala?
was poisoned by a mosquito mammoth.
Yeah. I will take out the last elixir of health that I have, and I will force feed it to this lycanthrope, which is terrifying.
Yeah. His gnarled, jutting, sharp teeth is probably very off-putting.
It probably makes it easier to
illusion
feed,
of it.
though.
Yeah, the illusion of it. That's true. Yeah, it probably
He,
looked,
like-
the bark is worse than the bite. Yeah.
You find Jiri's face underneath and like you pull on it, yeah.
Yeah. And so as you do that, it's awkward to get into the true Jiri's mouth because his jaw structure is different than this beast. But as you do so, you almost see Jiri bleeding more. But it's not bleeding. It's like this greenish ichor being like expelled from his body. And as the rest of that gets out and you utilize the elixir of health, the poison in his system ends, and Jiri, you are able to wake.
Oh, what's up, guys? What took you so long?
You did a great job. You did a great job getting rid of everyone, Jiri.
Yeah, good advice, Telperion. I really wanted to ask that wolf what it was like being a wolf, but I resisted the urge.
See, trust my instincts, not your own. But you did really well. But we need to go find who was in charge. Do you know where they went?
Yeah, this oh dude, it was an Eladrin elf. Yeah, like a snowy one.
Who was?
The person in charge, Aerolas or something like that.
Aeolas? You're an elf?
Looks like one.
I wonder if it was another illusion.
Maybe. I was trying to follow it. Everybody else is leaving because I convinced them that the elves were coming to attack. But this guy's staying behind to go find some crazy creature. And then he like stepped into this plant and like teleported. But then the plant got me. That's about it.
I'm trying not to dominate the floor, so I'm not saying anything so other people can get in.
So we don't know where this Aeolas went. Did he mention anything about the creature or?
Also, was he a prisoner?
No. He like stepped into this plant and like teleported or something. Disappeared. So there's some type of magic here. We gotta figure it out so we can teleport with him.
Can I start taking a look around, I guess, the plants, ignoring the plants, and trying not to get caught up in their feeding frenzy to see what's here? Knowing that we just went through a lizard wall.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
27.
Insane. You very quickly identify what at first to anyone's quick grasp. This is probably a somewhat difficult thing, but you're just so methodical in how you evaluate stimuli. Where you think there are chips in stone and small like erosions, you realize are actually man-made holes in a very particular pattern, as well as a brick that is a little outset, like almost like it's the opposite of relieved inward. It's like protruding outward about like half an inch over here on, well, I guess I need to go to that. I need to put that up again. Oh, damn. Give me a second. If that's there. Oh, okay. So that square over to the right side of this image seems to be a brick that's like extruded from the wall very slightly. And there's a series of other holes in the wall. Very small, maybe enough for a finger to be put in them. But very, very small. And you don't see light coming in from the other side. But it seems to be there is some version of a trap or that's another thing with this hive investigation check. You quickly identify that all of these holes are laced with either a dart embedded within them or a very thin spine-like shoot of something. And you suspect that based on the grooves of them, these have to be somehow manipulated in a certain way or pattern or sequence to be able to manipulate this wall.
Can we explode this wall?
I can dispel any magic that is holding it together.
But it could be a mechanical puzzle.
If you just
roulette, I'm gonna say with that high of an investigation check, you suspect this isn't particularly magical. This is mechanical construct.
If I had a boulder, I'd throw it through the wall, which is my probable way of.
I mean, we have a corpse. Could you throw a corpse through a wall?
It's not a corpse yet.
Wait, Telperion, what'd you
No,
say?
we have a. Oh, it's not a corpse yet. You're so right.
What? I said if I had a boulder, I could throw it through the wall.
I slowly take out the Tome of the Dragon.
Oh no, I actually don't think I could throw it out. No, it's fine. Everyone, there's probably a better way to do this.
Put away my boulder book.
Yeah.
Boulder book.
Book of boulders.
I wish
With
I
our
was.
magic pickaxe. Let's pick our way through.
Oh, I mean, I pull. It's in your bag holding. We have.
You have it though.
No,
Right?
it's under my
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
but it's in the bag. Roulette, how quickly do you think you could figure out the proper sequence?
I first of all, I'd usher everyone away from like the trajectory of these darts and holes or whatever the fuck is in there, because something inside these holes is going to shoot out if you do it in the wrong order or whatever it is. So just please stay away from it. Rome, keep me apprised of how much sustenance is left in your panther sack, just in case I need to run away from these vines.
I'm going to. I want to read it before I fully do it.
Neutralize. I totally forgot I had this, but now I'm going to do it because here we are. I'm going to use my spell scroll of protection from poison on Roulette. So if she's poking around trying to figure out the right way to do it, doesn't get affected by poison.
That's totally fair game. You are welcome to cast that from the spell. It's a spell that's on your cleric list, so you can magically understand its sequence and conjure its effect. No check required because it's of a level you can cast. So yeah, you do that. Roulette feels rather emboldened in her constitutional resistance to poison style.
Shit. So I'm gonna end this statement with saying I'd like to make an intelligence check or something. I'm looking at this. It looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 holes and 1 brick. Okay. I am assuming with the way that most locks work, the push button is after the sequence of events, so the brick is probably the final push after I poke in the other holes. So I need to figure out the order or orientation in which I poke these holes. I'm going to take out my glasses of minute seeing. I have those right here. My eyes of minute seeing. And you said that there might be like darts or something in these holes that I'm seeing?
There seem to be embedded, almost like if these holes are cylindrical vacuous spaces that go a foot into the door. This is a thick stone wall.
Yeah.
And so there seem to be, in the back of these holes seem to be, who knows if they're spring loaded or otherwise, or exactly how the trigger is mechanically constructed, but there seem to be various spines and darts embedded in all of the holes.
I'm going to push everyone out of the way, and I'm going to purposefully orient myself to not be in the way of any of these holes, make sure no one's in the way. I'm just going to push the brick, like the brick that was protruding, and try and push it in.
Okay. As you push the brick out of the way of the wall's holes, you depress it, and it does depress, and you hear and as you were avoiding all the horizontal ones, there are holes in the ceiling as well along the entirety of the wall. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
With advantage if it's poison-based.
It is poison-based, but there's a piercing component of this too. So yeah, go ahead and make it with advantage, and we'll figure that out. I guess that would apply to the piercing as well in a way. With a 21, you take half of...
And you have resistance to poison damage.
So 6 piercing. And 10 poison. So, but you're going to take half from all of it. So 8 total damage, and you feel
the poison
venom.
damage would also be halved because he has resistance.
I already did that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. He saved on the seed and has resistance.
Has resistance to poison damage.
It has both of those, so it's only 5
3
damage. Yeah.
Of the poison.
5 total damage. 3 from piercing and essentially 2 from poison. You feel the venom coat into your system, but your body just rejects it. You're able to push past the feeling of discomfort. But you have pressed the stone and nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Cool.
For the wall.
Yeah. I'm going to alert everyone that, hey, there's holes in the ceiling too. The holes in the wall, I'm gonna, for the closest one to the brick, I'm going to see if I can like stick my finger in and see if there's any sort of switch in any of this at all.
Sticking your finger in, you can get it, you have to shove a little bit, and pulling it out is a little disconcerting because is it wedged or not? It's like pretty small. But your finger goes in full length of your finger and it's not reaching the end of whatever shaft that was, as well as there's no additional traps being triggered. You may have expired all the traps for this section. However, you're doing the one closest, specifically the one closest to.
I'll say the top one. Let's say the up from the brick.
Yeah, this is actually helpful. Let me pull something up real quick.
Jerry takes out his stone and is acting it, like pointing it towards you as like a flashlight. You know what I mean? Like little kid helping out dad.
Yeah.
Repairing the car.
Yeah, amazing. The one above the brick, you stick your finger in it, and as you're pulling your finger out, you feel like a small vertical groove on the bottom edge of that vacuous cylinder. Almost like something is intended to reach downward.
I take out my spool of steel wire and I double it back and I make like the edge of a coat hanger based on my finger length, and I try and squeeze it in.
I'll say with some general thieves tool / tinkering available, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check or thieves tool check, which I think gets proficiency and maybe other stuff for your build.
Jerry, do you think if we had a boulder and I used my mind to shove it and you used wind to shove it, we could put it through this wall?
Maybe. I don't know how thick this wall is. I feel like I'm strong enough just to push it. If I push and you push with your mind, maybe we could just push down.
Thieves tools is down.
You're very smart, but you're not strong. So I don't know that it would work that.
Critter, add 1 to this.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We gotta use our brains to get through it.
Oh.
As you stick your little wire and tinkering tools in there, and you feel like you're successfully getting something far enough in and down in the groove, but as you're fiddling with it, nothing's budging.
I really wanted you to make that success as Jerry and I were talking about a really stupid plan.
Is my speak with plants still activated, or would I have to recast?
Is what duration's on that spell? Is it a
10
minute,
minutes.
10 minutes?
It's 10
10 minutes. It's within 10 minutes of that happening.
Could I inquire with some of the other seemingly non-lethal plants about like how? I guess I would ask maybe the little shrub. How exactly do people get through this door?
Well, that cold fellow usually just disappears through. The others, I don't exactly know. That I've seen 2 other individuals put something into the holes and turn it as if a key. I think they did, I don't know, 1 or 2 of the holes before the brick.
Do you know where this key might be? Do they usually carry it with them, or is it maybe in the room somewhere?
The people that go in there usually carry it with them, but I don't know where they're living.
I'm turning away from the wall because I'm frustrated, and I'm probably seeing Rome doing her Medusa thing, talking to the plants again. Rome, and Critter, you said this is like a wall of vines, right? And there's just like
a wall of vines and ivy, all overgrown. Yep.
Rome, talk to this one, and I'm gonna take out my failed spool of thing and remold it and everything, and see if you can get it to shape like this, and go in the hole, like the end of the vine. See if you can just have it poke in there.
All right, well, I'll relay the information that I had received to Rolette, and then I ask the vine if it might be able to shimmy its way through the crack to open the door in the shape in which Rolette has made with the wire.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes.
With triple advantage.
And I will, after Rome tells me about like
with a straight roll.
After Rome tells me about the 2-hole thing, I'm gonna try and
that was also that was also perception. Yeah,
sorry, that was my persuasion is just a +1, so it was. I'm sorry. So that was a 2 plus, so it was 3.
Yoicks.
Not good.
You have fed us appropriately, but I don't know that we want to betray the one that feeds us daily.
Well, we could feed you another treat if perhaps you could help us out.
satisfy our thirst with your own blood, and we will aid you.
Okay, so I'm gonna let them know that they want my blood now, but I don't know if I'm necessarily willing to do that.
Offer them.
I could also potentially fully destroy this wall of ivy. The ivy specifically, the ivy.
Yeah, hearing you say that, I take out a torch and I start lighting it. I'm like, all right, well, there's an easier way to solve this. So communicate to it, and I start approaching it with fire. That I don't care if it dies, and it won't be any harder to get through this wall if it's dead. So I'm gonna burn it if it doesn't let us through now.
All right, I'm gonna let the plant know. My friend here is a little hasty with fire, and he is not afraid to just light and destroy you. So I mean, like, we have fire, or you could help us.
We sense a yummy taste from the flame. Feed it to us, please.
Yes. Okay, so it wants the fire now.
Guys, I can like
sadist.
I can like.
I'm gonna give Telperion, out of interest here. This might be the same as your nature check, but herbalism plus proficiency, obviously, but with disadvantage.
Can I just locate the other, or I'm gonna, hearing Rome say there's 2 holes, I'm gonna see if I can find one other one that has the vertical thing in there.
It seems to be the very bottom left one is the only other one with a groove in it, Roulette.
So this is just nature, right? So +6, essentially?
Yeah, or herbalism detection. So I don't know if one's better than the other. You're allowed to use herbalism, but if it's just nature, that's fine.
Yeah, because nature is, I get a +6 to nature. With a disadvantage, I rolled 13, so 19.
Now that it wasn't clicking for you before, it's some strange fey plant, but resistant to fire. If it wanted fire and wasn't intimidated by that, you're piecing together some information you had learned in your potion making classes and otherwise back in the Moonset Grove. And if it's resistant to fire, it poisons, and its poison puts people to sleep. You suspect there's a chance this is Viruvine, which is, let me type that in chat. Which is notably one of the very few plants that is occasionally made available for trade in the prime material plane. People will buy this for high prices in the prime material plane as a fey plant that puts people to sleep, and it's resistant to fire. Those are very valuable commodities for poisoners and otherwise. And you suspect, you just know it's immune to fire, and because of that, I should have said this, you also know it petrifies upon connection to frost, cold. It's just not like cold-based magic.
I put away my torch, actually, and I say, Rome, tell it that you have an ice knife in your back pocket, and you're going to shove the knife into the heart of its roots if it doesn't tell us how to get through.
Are we trying to threaten with ice over here?
Yes, you have some?
Ice, or I'll just fully kill it. So.
Yeah. No, I will.
We'll just threaten it.
I bonus action, arcane weapon, ice or cold on my knife that I tried cutting it with before.
Okay.
So
are you using? Did you say you're using arcane weapon for this?
Yeah, I'm casting arcane weapon to make a literal ice knife.
As soon as you make a literal ice knife, and you like hold it up to it, you do see it writhing in like, not anticipation, but a little bit of fear. If plant can exude an emotion of fear, you see it definitely retreating slowly from that area, not wanting to be touched by cold.
All right, so I'll say to it, we're very powerful. It would behoove you to negotiate with us and help us get through this door, as opposed to us having to unnecessarily harm a very unique piece of nature.
Okay. With that, I'm going to have Rome make intimidation with advantage.
All
right. I'm like going like this behind Roulette.
Yeah.
It has no eyes, so it cannot. Yeah, it cannot sense that. But
I pull up my cloak and I'll show the plant all the little clippings I have of herbs.
I will say, with the presence of an ice knife in its vicinity, 13 is probably adequate to get the job done.
Very well. What would you have us do?
And this thing talks with a very hive mind mentality. There's so many vines, but it's talking to you as if like many voices are talking simultaneously in your head.
Okay, so I'm gonna, I'm assuming, Rolette, you still have the shape of the like key that you wanted to make.
Yeah, and I'll point to the 2 holes that need to have like a quote unquote key inserted to it. I will like it's you have to go down, and there's probably something that the vine will have to turn or push. Just tell it to go in these holes, find the hole that goes down, and start pushing around.
Okay, so I direct it towards the door, and I remind it that if you attempt to betray our trust, there are plenty of ice knives that we can kill you with.
Rome, ask for some seeds. Tell it that we'll plant it elsewhere and it will grow more in other places. See if it can give us some seeds.
Based on Telperian's check, as Jerry's saying that, you just have a suspicion that Viruvine has been outlawed to be planted in the Moonset Grove, at least, because it is horribly invasive of a species. That would be very dangerous to plant it in a real forest.
Come on, get seeds.
Jerry, we're going with the stick, not the carrot. So just wait to see if the stick works before we start offering it things.
Okay, but then get some seeds.
Sure, Jerry. We'll get you some seeds. No worries. All right, I directed towards the holes.
Okay. With your coercion and intimidation, its long vine-like tendrils slither across the wall and penetrate into the openings and squirm a bit, and you hear click, click.
I will instruct everyone to take half step back. I will step over and then reach with my foot and press the brick in.
As soon as you do, the whole wall shudders. And now that it's moving, you can see a kind of a portion where this vine had, although it looked like it was homogeneously occupying this whole wall, there was clearly a pattern where it had not grown over itself, over kind of a slit in the wall, but only at the top. And as it swings, the door opens and swings inward. The vine isn't broken, still tethered at the top, but its 2 portions allow you entrance into the cavernous tunnel that lies ahead.
Well done, everyone.
Conquered the door.
That was a door.
I do. If you could still talk to it, Rome, I wouldn't mind getting some seeds for later plans.
Seeds.
If you would be so kind, would you mind providing us with some of your seeds that we could potentially plant you elsewhere and study how magnificent of a creature you are?
We have accommodated your requests. Give us a taste of your blood, and you shall have our seeds.
What do you want my blood for?
Can I kill this thing?
Oh. If this, and Toby, unfortunately, you're not able to hear any of this is the problem, but I guess you could comprehend languages. I don't know if that applies to plants, but anyway.
I can hear Rome talking.
That's true.
And maybe infer that
that's true.
That's true. Is the general tone, but obviously
that's absolutely true. That's a good point. But it says,
well, this viney plant-based husk you have provided, if it comes from you, you must be more delicious than it.
All right, well, if we want seeds, it wants my blood. I'd say it's a coin toss as to whether or not that's...
All right, let's just take one of its vines. And Jerry's gonna slash one of its vines off.
You are welcome to, and you see kind of a similar sensation as roulette. As you strike it, you do carve off a vine that immediately withers and decays as it falls to the ground, but more just like peek out of the stonework and just kind of replace it. This thing is difficult to cut down in that type of manner.
I mean, it's your choice, Rome. You could slice your hand open, give it some blood, and we could be on our way with seeds, or we could go without seeds. We have an urgent business, though, so I don't. It's up to you if you mind cutting yourself.
I don't mind. Do we really need seeds?
I don't love the idea of introducing this into the material plane.
Oh yeah, guys, we got a mission to do. We gotta get going. Come on, let's go.
Let's just keep going.
Jerry, you just
just sliced it.
the seed king here all of a sudden needs to get going.
Let's keep moving on.
All right.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Vine. We will be heading along. I apologize for my friend here. He's a little hasty with a sword.
Yep.
But we will be on our way.
Thank you for the treat.
You're very
Good luck.
Roulette, do you think I can put this person down now? Are we still traipsing them around?
I don't know. Leave it in that the last room we were just in. Away from the vines, though.
It'll be.
Oh wait, yeah, who's that?
This is one of the guards. I didn't know if we were gonna have to like hostage swap you to get you to rescue you or something, but Jiri, I'm quite impressed by the markings you left for us. Let us strike to you. No, Kinsala, leave the thing back in the other room. I think we're good.
Ooh, speaking
All
of
right,
hostage,
sounds good.
you guys should pretend to have me like hostage.
Oh, that's true. We could do that.
Got a lot of good ideas today, Jerry.
I also
I
could
always have good
charm this person and enter first and try and ask, because I want to get out of this realm, guys. Like,
I don't know. The problem is, I think we're going to need to negotiate with this fellow. And so I don't know if charming him is going to help us get his head. Or, because I think we might need to work with him against the Eladrin. I think it's a good idea to have in the back pocket. So it doesn't hurt.
Okay, let's go.
We'll do the Jiri. Well,
and I'm gonna cast Warding Bond on your boy Jiri.
Your boy.
Okay.
Don't get too far from me, Jiri. You know the deal.
Yeah, but save that charm person in case.
I can do it 8 times. I can do it 8 times in a row.
Okay, we might need that. He seemed pretty magical, but.
Let's go.
As you guys proceed down this darkened tunnel, it slowly graduates from kind of a more packed earth style tunnel to more gradually kind of human mortal made stonework archway tunnel. And it's very dark down here. There's no torchlight, but those of you that have dark vision, which I believe that pretty much is all of you at this point, you are able to adapt to the darkness, and slowly some light from up ahead is visible over an archway space. And as you get closer, I will move you to this screen. You come into something of a dark and somewhat foul-smelling subterranean-like greenhouse with stained glass windows, but there's clearly subterranean space on the other side of them, so no light is making it through. It's all dark in here, but there's a sort of luminescence from all the plants in this space, and you are welcome to proceed how you wish.
Can I try and investigate some of these plants to determine if I know anything about
Jerry,
them?
should you drop the...
Sure. Go ahead and give me a nature check.
Jerry, should you drop that phone, because otherwise he'll know you were deceiving him, and maybe this will get us off on a cleaner foot if he doesn't think you were deceiving him.
No, you guys should drag me and pretend like you've got me hostage.
But I think that we need to have an honest discussion with him, and I don't think coercing him when then we reveal we're tricking him with this guise is going to win us any favors.
You also found yourself in vines. Like, I wonder if he knew that you were impersonating. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
I was.
He may be aware.
I'm too good of an actor for him to know.
I just think it would sour our discussion, but I don't know if it helps anymore. But if you think you can leverage it, we're just not sure on our goals with him, so I don't know.
Yeah, but okay. So alternatively, I could just go up ahead and talk to him first.
Sure. To learn what he's. Why don't you try to figure out how he's going to get the creature out of here, since we might need to do the same.
Okay, I'll go look. And then, like, worst comes to worst, you guys just help me fight this guy.
Sure. We're trying not to kill him, but beat his head, so.
I mean, we're trying not to kill lycanthropes.
Oh.
You guys
Gonzalo, do you care if we kill this guy? He's not a lycanthrope.
I mean, I think the point of Gonzalo's concern yesterday was not mindlessly killing someone we have stumbled upon in the forest, that whether Eladrin or lycanthrope. But I mean, if this is, I'm sensing some sort of ill will or I don't know, deception. If it's an Eladrin elf guiding these lycanthropes against the other Eladrin, something doesn't make sense.
I think we're just pawns on a chessboard here.
Just pretend like you don't know me.
Excellent, sure.
Okay.
Did all along.
Very well. So who's doing what?
Jiri hobbles ahead, still pretending to be Yurik.
Okay. Rome, with your 17 nature check, you identify some of the nearby plants at least are not outwardly dangerous, venomous. Nothing's going to lash out at you. Some of them can be, you suspect, even by just coloration, can be made into possibly potions of different potency or poisons. But various fey plants that you're sure you've seen some of these before. Some of the names are probably escaping you, but you feel satisfied knowing that should you walk not directly next to them, none of these should hinder you guys' track through here. Some of them are rather valuable and rare plants, but
okay. All right, who's moving in first?
Jiri's going in.
I'm gonna move up to this fountain and try and just like hide behind it and get a good visual on Jiri as he's going.
The fountain is not necessarily spraying water in a beautiful grand way, but rather there is some version of subterranean pump operating magically or otherwise, maybe even gravitationally, but there is a trickle of water falling from it and collecting in a basin and filtering, draining elsewhere. I'm
gonna like follow Jiri and just move up and like crouch behind the ledge there.
I'm gonna kind of stay in the plants along the edges.
Okay. Well, you guys continue to see plant growth and otherwise no sign of intelligent life or motion or movement of creatures.
If we don't see anything, I'm just gonna trail like 50 feet behind Jiri and move up to the next portion.
Are any of you attempting to quiet your footsteps? Or are you just moving forward carefully, not necessarily quietly? Or what is your intended approach here? And I don't know if Yurik's is different than the rest of yours.
Yeah.
I want to be like trying to stay quiet and stealth. So
me as well.
Okay. Anyone that wants to stealth, please roll stealth roll. Jiri, if that includes you, go ahead as well as if you want. But if you're intending just to start off negotiations with that without stealthing, it's up to your choice.
Yeah, I'm just walking up.
Okay.
Stealth.
That is that. Okay, I'm gonna give 2 rolls real quick.
Stealth roll.
Already passed the metrics or anything.
Nope.
Nice. A 20 and a 19. I did a dirty 20 stealth.
Very cool. Many of you feel very hidden and stealthy. proud of your quieted footsteps. Although, Yurik, as you approach, you hear conversation taking place, one-sided, from this direction. And you hear the voice of Aeolas saying,
"Oh, quiet. We will resume our conversation in a moment. It appears someone has entered."
And Yurik, as you continue to move forward, Aeolas makes himself known and steps forward towards you. "Greetings, Yurik. I am surprised that you did not abscond with the rest of our people, nor does it look like you've gathered your typical belongings. That is odd. You've also never used the exit from this place before, to my knowledge.
No,
What, may I ask, are you doing here?"
Like I said last time, I will guard you. I'm too wounded, as you can see. The elves, they almost killed me. So I will stay with you and help you finish your task here.
Oh, Yurik. I know you not to be the Yurik I know. Too many gaps in your understanding. I do not have any trust in you that you will help me shepherd the creature onward to Austrasalian or outside this territory. I am sorry, but I must try once more.
At that point, Jig is up. Jury's gonna drop the illusion. And he's going to change into jury mode.
Okay.
And be like,
Give me
all right,
1 second.
What's up?
You make yourself known, your true form.
You're a pretty smart dude
Speak
there,
with them.
Aerolas. So you probably know a lot of stuff, and you probably know why I'm here then.
Perhaps I do. But I suspect you are not knowledgeable of the circumstances you find yourself in. Nor, I suspect, are you capable of holding me at bay.
Yeah, probably not, but that's not why I'm here though.
Did you have any part in the killing of Yurik and his crew?
Me personally?
Yes. Were you involved?
No, but I know who was.
As you say that, go ahead and make a deception check.
Who did kill you?
We did.
No, I meant was it me?
I think I got the killing blow on Yurik himself. Although Jerry's the one who started the attack, which is what makes
Give me
this
1 second for my page to reload here.
I think.
Oh man, I thought he was proficient in insight, but he's not. He just has to make this wisdom check.
Oh yeah.
Then who, may I ask, was involved?
And those
Have you been
elves-
hired by the Eldrin of Kaer Methrin then?
Well, let's just say I'm not a big fan of those elves either.
Then why do you find yourself here? Certainly you would not come to this place unknowledgeable. My sister must have sent you.
No, listen here. I just want to go home. And I'm actually from Jawland. That's where I'd rather go first, but the material plane would also work. So if you know any way to get to the material plane, you and I could do some business. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go with the elves.
I suspect I see what's happening here. They have promised you access to Galathor, have they not? That is the only reliable way to interplanar travel that I know of in this place.
Okay, so
if you can call it reliable.
Man, you just played your whole hand there. So you got no way of getting back to the material plane.
Short of us marching on Kaer Methrin together and rescuing the creatures from their side of the wood, no. And you see He holds his hand out just to his side, and frost is slowly gathering around his hand and crystallizing into ice.
Oh, so wait, do you think you have enough force to attack? Because, you know, I'm not too keen. We could help.
You have come into our abode. You claim you have not slain Yurik in our cruise, but I don't know if I can trust you. You have shown yourself to be deceptive.
No, what I've shown is that we're kind of like I'm kind of like a mercenary, you know what I mean? Like just whoever's got the best offer, I'm gonna go with them.
If you are so easily bought by coin, then I am certain I cannot trust you with the goodwill of these creatures.
Aeolas, you're not understanding me, man.
Aeolas's form shifts and contorts. He slowly rises in height, and from his hand, crystallizing into ice, a long glaive of pure ice. And he changes from his Eladrin form into something else.
It's a very scary sword or glaive you have there, Aeolas.
They call him Legolas.
Oh, he's like a Yeti.
A massive were-polar stands now before you, 9 feet tall. His half-plate armor that had adorned his body snaps and buckles, and most of it falls off, but rises with his form, most of it.
Understood.
And I would like us to please roll initiative.
Wait, we were inching up during the conversation because it went on for a while.
Yeah, you guys were inching up. You guys moved your tokens a couple times.
Kinsala didn't though, but he probably would have followed.
Oh, that's true. Kinsala's like with you guys. Yeah.
While he was transforming, Jiri transformed as well, and he's like, "Oh yeah," and he pulled his ripcord and got puffy.
Got puffed.
Okay, you could pull your armor as he's
I have a
changing
question.
his form.
I have a session question. Could we do we want to push a little later than we usually would, since this is our only session? Like I would be okay doing a meteor session today, knowing that we're not going to play for 2 weeks and we want to reach a good point.
We just rolled initiative for
Yes,
combat,
that's what I mean. Like,
more of a check-in. Is everyone okay with going through combat at this moment?
And does anyone need to grab? I'm going to grab a bar or something before combat.
Very good question. Is everyone comfortable with keep going for a little while longer? And does anyone need bio break?
Let's
we could do bio break
let's
real
do
quick.
a bio break as we've figured out initiative, and then let's do this.
Archie condones the bio break. Archie condones the bio break.
Deal.
Yeah, we got no time constraints, so we're good.
Okay. Jiri and Telperion. Jiri has higher dex. He goes before Telperion. There we go. That.
What happened? What is this feeling of remorse? I'm gonna force you outside, you little pug.
It's got to be 88 degrees in this room.
Do you have a fan?
I do. I have a big box fan pointed right at me, but I just opened the doors of this little office room, and out in the main space, it's got to be 15 degrees cooler than this.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, computer rooms always heat up.
It's definitely the computer load is generating heat, and also it's the worst. It's like it's like a wart on the exterior of the building that was added later, and it's got horrible insulation, and so it's just heating up like a sauna in here.
Yep. The house I grew up in, there's one room in the entire house that doesn't have insulation. It was my bedroom. Growing up as a kid.
No!
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Always freezing, always hot. So.
And it is, still is.
Yeah,
you go back there and it's like.
What's wrong with this room?
Oh, temperamental.
That's so funny.
We're on the tiny couch, and like Griff, this is the only place Griff wants to sit, is like right in between us.
I mean, what he says goes, so like, you
Yeah.
guys gotta get with it.
I did hear like an excess of commotion in Mike and Steve's another room, a lot of like dogs and squealing. Did not hear what's going on.
Is that Archie?
Griff was very
Concerned?
yeah, concerned.
I might want to be not in dark mode for this.
Yeah, is everybody else
Hang on, guys. I gotta answer a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Do it.
MK, any guess if you guys are stealthed or not? That's what I was gonna ask.
Well, okay, so he rolled an 18 plus 11 and a 5 plus 9.
We were stealth, weren't we?
But he rolled some stuff that he might have perceived us. I don't know. I'm not hopeful. Also, like, anytime they antagonize us first, I'm like, okay, so we don't have to like go out of our way to talk to these people. We were trying to talk to them.
Yeah, I don't feel like I instigated that, but maybe I did.
I mean, the conditions weren't friendly to start with. I mean, I'm with Michael. Like, I don't.
The second they like make the first hostile move, there's a little bit of weight off my shoulders.
It was going to be really hard to try to do whatever in a more peaceful way. So the fact that like he's just kind of making it easier by letting us be enemies. I mean, and it's not totally said and done yet. Maybe there will be a chance to barter at the end of it. I don't think you did a bad job though. I think it's so much pressure to be the face of the party in the way that just like when you have to make up lies and persuasions on the spot too.
Oh yeah.
All right, in some pretty unideal timing, an HVAC tech is going to arrive at our house in 10 minutes, so I'm going to have to step away for a minute to address them, but I want to keep this going.
Gotcha.
We'll
run the fight. Don't worry. You don't need to.
Okay.
I've never seen this many nat
20s.
I'm not going to trust any of you. I'm not going to trust any of you unless there's one character death. So figure out who that's going to be.
Oh my god, Toby! I always knew it would end like.
No, it's Rome. It's Rome. She's newest. Get her out of here.
No, Moby 3.
Listen,
Moby 3. Yeah, we already have the character death.
Moby 3 is already dead. Yeah.
That's already our
All right.
character death.
But then let's jump into this. Mary's going to
Cattle
come grab
Moby.
me, so I will get interrupted here in a little bit, but then I'll come right back as fast as physically possible. And if we don't want to be patient through some awkward in and out time, then we could pause it and pick it up next time. But we'll try and get through this. Okay. To kick off combat, Toby Rama, you are up first, it appears.
So it appears.
You
So I'm
hear
gonna
the sounds of aggression being made from up ahead.
Yes. I'm gonna take my action to get my wings out.
Okay.
That's that. What do we got? So I'm gonna go 20 feet here, and then let's call it 15 feet in the air.
Okay.
15 feet in the air, and that leaves me ample space. I'm gonna put my
flying arrow behind this were-polar on this spot here and have it make an attack.
Right here?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll the attack. With an 11, the weapon appears there and tries to make a slice through the air at Aeolas, but it just bounces off his leather armor, and then he is alerted to its presence behind him.
Right. I'm up, I've moved, I've done everything I can, and that is my turn.
Okay. Rome, you are next.
All right, I am going to move here. Oops. And I am going to cast haste onto Telperion.
Whoa! I wanted to hear those words.
Amazing. Okay.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to hide.
Okay. You are able to hide. You definitely have broken line of sight, so you can absolutely hide. Give me a stealth roll. Okay. You're not sure how successfully you're hidden or otherwise, but you definitely don't have line of sight, so he cannot currently see you. That is your action. Bonus action. Anything else for Rome?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Jiri, as soon as you start your turn, Aeolas' sorrowful presence that you had successfully evaded previously has turned to a fearsome presence in his bear form. I need you to please make a wisdom saving throw.
With a +1.
Yes, per warding bond, yes.
Ooh, nice.
This shift in his demeanor, becoming a lycanthrope before your very eyes, scares you at first, but you push past through this. Kinsalo told you, lycanthropes are nothing. They're not all evil and dangerous.
Yeah.
So you push past your fear. It is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna say internally, hey, Dad, Adras, help me focus on this big polar bear here. We gotta take this thing down.
Agreed.
That's not its voice.
Yes, of course. Agreed, Jiri.
There you go. And I'm gonna say to him, all right, Aeolas, you're big and scary now, but why don't you simmer down and let's talk? See, you are facing Jajiri, Jarl of Jarland, one of the greatest warriors of all time. And you are also not only facing Jiri, but you are facing his companion.
Enough talk!
All right, fine. You asked for it, and I'm gonna charge him.
Okay.
Slash.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Not with advantage, because spiritual weapon does not grant advantage.
Can I stand under a spiritual weapon?
We've said it's kind of intangible. It can probably occupy the same space, sure.
But there's also above, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Toby Rama may have conjured it into the air a little bit. Okay.
27.
14 would hit, but he will use his action with his glaive to parry, adding to his AC and deflecting your first strike to the side. But you adapt quickly, and your second strike absolutely hits.
24 damage.
24. Got it.
And then I'm going to summon my cloud fist and do a bam, double punch.
Go ahead and roll both of those. The 14, after he had parried the previous 14, this now does catch him off guard, and both of these hit successfully.
Low AC.
Nice, for 18 additional damage.
Yeah, you notice that his otherwise better AC had snapped and kind of deteriorated a little bit in its effectiveness as he took on this larger form. It's no longer protected as protective as it previously was. But in his hulking form, he seems a little more constitutional. Perfect. Bonus action. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you curse with your Hexblade? I don't think you can trigger those cloud punches.
Oh, you are correct. Yes.
Yeah. So unfortunately,
cloud
not that final 18
bad.
bludgeoning, but yep, no worries. Glad we caught it now. So no charge expended from the bracers at this point, but that is it for your turn. Telperion, you are up.
Okay. Just for the record, I'm preparing for my turn, and I just had to write out all the different damages I can do. I'll be like I have the sword ready, the psychic ready, the force ready, the fire ready, the strength and intelligence spots ready. So
Jeez Louise.
I can do math. All right. So with my bonus action, I don't ever picture it as clicking the boots together because I hate that. So I picture it as like he stamps a foot down and a foot down, and the fire billows out from the step.
For sure.
So with my bonus action, I activate
the Heelys.
I cast my spell. The Heelys.
Chardalon Stride activated.
Yep, activated. So my movement speed is 60, doubled to 120.
Okay, fuck.
Cool. So we go.
So where on the plane of existence do you want to go?
Exactly. I kind of like. It's hard not to do it as like a. Well, actually, let's just do a little bit extra. There we go. So that used about a little over 60. And then with my sword out, nothing in hand, I'm gonna swing twice at this dude.
So you're standing under the spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. It almost like Telperion moved to a weird spot on my map. It's not
Me too.
necessarily.
Oh, I am under the spiritual weapon. If you.
Okay, there we go. Yep, it just had to update, I think.
That's the one.
Okay. Perfect. Go ahead and attack. You do have advantage on him per flanking.
Does he take a Chardalon damage immediately?
Oh, he takes 6 damage immediately.
6, yeah, D6, yeah.
4 damage of fire.
Okay.
Okay. So first rolls. I'll ignore the nat one. 13 plus 7 is 20 to hit.
20 hits.
Okay. So we got a D10. We got a D4 rolled out of the thing. And then I will not force damage this. 4, and then the mod is just a +4. So that's 8, 9, 10, 12 damage.
Sorry, before I do that, Jiri, you landed 1 attack on him. I forgot to roll
For
this.
24.
You take an automatic 6 points of cold damage as the frost around him has become like crystallized into shards of ice that just hover around his form. So you take a tiny bit of damage from that.
Okay.
So,
but Telperion, what was the first strike? Sorry.
So I come in and I picture it as just like a good old fashioned wind-up stab in the back with the double-handed, and so that was 12 damage.
Okay. 12 damage, got it. And
then
you
I will
do suffer the same fate as Jiri, a whole D6 of frost damage as you cut into him from a melee range. He is exuding this aura of crystallized frost around him.
Can I use? I rolled a 4 on the sword psychic. Can I use that after I because they both happen on hit, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just use my last charge to heal 4 more.
Okay.
With the sword. Okay. And then I got my second attack. Oh, and then I'll have my bonus, my haste attack.
Yes.
I rolled an 18 with this. 18 plus 7.
Yep, hits.
All right. So I will not psionic on this. He's about to stand up anyway. Actually, no, I already have advantage. Okay. So I'm not going to psionic on this one either. Rerolling that 1. D4. And then that's all I roll. So 5. Up to 9. 12 more.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so I pull out the sword and I bring it straight down across his back, little hamstring area.
Cool.
And then the last swing. Hasted swing.
Yep.
A 19 plus 7, so 28.
Absolutely hits. Yep.
Okay, and I will do a psionic surge on this one.
Okay.
Oh, that was really good. So that was an 8 plus 7 plus 3 plus 7 total. So 14 plus 8 is 22.
I'm so sorry. Fuck me. Sorry. Oh no, we're good. Thank God the wording says that. Okay, we're good.
Okay, 14 plus 8 is 22. plus another
14 plus
3
8.
is 25. So this last attack was worth 25 damage.
Damn, that was a meaty hit. With that hit, you guys are carving into him pretty good. He's not quite at bloodied, but he is definitely taking hits from this. You also take another 2d6 for the other 2 landed attacks.
Telperion just did 53
for another
damage.
Yeah, another 10 cold damage to you, Telperion. But you guys are definitely cutting into him very successfully.
Okay, love that. That is. I have some movement left, and I use my bonus action. I will
go away back.
Oh, I can't take opportunity attacks. I'm gonna get out of his range.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back here. That's all.
Okay. You are able to do so. It is Aeolos's turn.
You brought friends, I see. Please, Beast of the Wilds, get yourself out of here. They mean you harm.
And he will take 2 glaive strikes and attempt to make a bite attack at Jiri with his multi-attack.
You have +1 to your AC and take half damage.
First attack. No advantage or anything. 15.
18 AC.
Okay, so that does not hit. Second. 12 slashing and 6 cold for a total of 18 damage, but I think a lot of that's blocked with your ability.
You take 9, or like you take 6 and 9.
Oh, well, Warding Bond and Armor of Agathis are up, so like that's a lot of damage mitigation here, I think.
So I take
6 slashing, 3 cold.
Hey guys, I gotta.
Yep.
We'll do the math.
I gotta be here in a second.
Yep. So that's gonna take out. That's exactly what I have left for my armor.
Damn.
Of Agathis, so,
Sorry,
yeah,
I can't shield you. I went too far away.
that's all right. No, that's not all right. The worst.
So this is where I ask MJ, do you know how to get rid of this stuff?
Dang it! If I was 1 shorter, I'm so sorry. I should make close enough.
Tim, how much did your armor have left?
Has exactly 9 left.
Oh.
What's that? I'm glad I did my false life because that used up temp HP instead of hurting me.
Look at my tongue in the video. It looks a little.
Chris is gone, but I'm recording all this.
I feel really bad. I didn't go. I went too far. Sorry, team.
Sorry, team.
Yeah, what is this? Running away from the battle here?
Shock attack, baby.
Leaving Jiri.
Jiri is gonna have words for Telperion, I can tell.
My AC is 20. I really shouldn't have left.
Let's just let Jiri fight everything by himself.
Jiri wants to get hit. He needs that puffy armor to activate.
Oh yeah, because you took the full 6 from that D6. That's so tragic.
I know. Very unlucky.
Critter wasn't here. No, wait. If I had no morals, I'd say I just went there and I could do it. But I arbitrarily picked that point. I also don't know how to erase that.
You gotta select it.
Select tool.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got it.
I mean, can you argue that you would want to stay within a certain distance from Jiri because you know he's a great friend
There
of yours?
there is a knowledge of your abilities to.
We could argue that I wouldn't have wanted to go 30 because I really did just plop it down without looking, but I'll feel kind of guilty making the argument. But if you want me to argue it, I could. I also might not have line of sight with this anyway, so it might be all for nothing.
I want you to argue.
You want me to use my points for this?
The one person in combat with this guy wants you to try and help him.
Yeah.
Imagine. Offer your inspiration.
Offer my inspiration.
Give him a 5th.
I like that all we're arguing about is a single spell slot anyway when you have Fuel Restoring Ring.
When I have exactly 2 spell slots to my
You
name.
have more than 2 now. Don't you have the ring on?
Yeah, but I have to. I'm pretty sure that's an action to
You have a
refill it.
ring?
It is an action, yes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to waste my entire turn just to get a spell slot back.
Don't worry, next round I won't ditch you.
Jiri switches sides and is gonna join the polar bear and fight against you guys.
Wow.
This is what happens when Critter leaves us. Does anyone?
I want to say something that I just thought of, like as this combat was beginning. So banishment, the spell, sends you to your native plane, and if you hold out the concentration, you stay there. I could have just taken like 5 days to banish us all back to the material plane.
Bro.
You banish yourself.
I don't know that you can, but
I bet it's
I could only do 1 per day. So like I could maybe get Jiri just back to Jawland.
Oh my god, alone.
But alone.
We kicked him out of the campaign.
Banish me.
I wanna hang out with Robin again.
Oh, Jax. Yeah, it doesn't mean Jax would come back. That just means I'd pick a new character. I'd probably pick an intelligence character so I can out you guys.
So you can what us?
That's smart.
I've used so many of my resources today.
I have as well. We're definitely gonna need to do a long rest after this.
Oh yeah, I think this is definitely gotta be end of our day, right?
I would think. I also have some spells I want to switch out, so.
Dude,
what kind of spells do you want to switch out?
Well, Ice Knife is it's gonna go.
You have
what's such a burden of responsibility of like thinking, I have 80 spells at my disposal. Can I choose the right one? Like I could have just had protection from poison prepared today, or lesser restoration, and not have had to use my scroll.
Yeah.
I've never played a class where you could change your spells at night, and it does sound very stressful. I feel like you just have buyer's remorse every session.
Having the versatility, I would argue, is objectively better than being locked in. But being locked in, you don't have to worry about it ever again.
I was telling Steve that I was like, man, you know what? In some ways, I kind of like that I'm not a spellcaster in this campaign, because like I just have my 3 tools, and it's just like, how can I use them? And I never have to think about the responsibility of like the other tools.
Because Jiri, are you the only caster among us who is locked into their list?
Yeah, but I can change at a level up.
At a level up, because like Artificer, Cleric, Druid, all can change. I'm just like,
I have a dirty tattoo that I don't ever use.
To turn your magical weapon into a magical weapon.
Yeah. I have the magical weapon tattoo saved for if I'm ever in a jail environment where like I'm separated from you guys and I'm like picturing Telperion like naked, like it takes like
shoving down a shiv, like just
or just like grabbing a weapon off a guard, but it's magical when you bolt it for a single minute.
That's a dope scenario.
Oh, it lasts for an hour, but it is concentration. No, it probably isn't concentration.
I wonder if your tattoo negates.
I think it's like the boots. Like when you cast it through an item, it generally isn't concentration.
Oh, you know what you should cast right now? Detect thoughts.
On Jiri?
On Jiri, right? Right in the middle of this combat.
I did it last time. In combat. You'd be so sad though because you weren't sleeping.
Well, it doesn't matter if he's sleeping or not.
Oh really? I was pictured it as like most potent when he's asleep.
I suppose.
It doesn't have to be.
We have done 77 damage to this guy, and Chris said he's not quite at bloody yet, so he's like probably close to half.
Javelin of lightning.
Oh, that's so cool.
Ooh.
Whoa. Very nice.
I want to. I held this up earlier, but it's what we're listening to. The Critical Role album that got released has some cool art.
on the Spotify.
Ooh, mountain.
Wait, come on.
Oh yeah, I love that. Oh, that's awesome.
And it rotates
Oh, it's like
through. It's a
Giphy.
live. Yeah, it's a live
update thing.
There's the flying ship.
Whoa.
Saldore, and then you see the party down there.
Ooh.
Ooh, we're on the Grey Hunt. That's so cool. Mistress of the Grey Hunt.
Yes, please.
Can artificers cast detect thoughts?
No, I don't think so.
Just fighters.
Just fighters.
Bard, sorcerer, wizard. Well, I guess I'll come back as a wizard when Jerry dies right now.
I think I 100% want to be a half caster. My next character.
A half caster.
So like paladin. I think a paladin ranger. It feels. I often feel very like, fuck. I don't know that I can do anything when I don't have any spell slots.
You still feel like that even though your cantrips do so much damage?
When we level up and I get to add my wisdom modifier, that's when I'm gonna fully be like, okay, so I can do stuff without my spell slots.
One other thing that you should think about is like starting to save money, not for spell components, but for items that let you cast a spell or like use something that feels a little bit more non-exhaustive.
I'm also trying to get my use out of the cane.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that's long lasting in Toby's repertoire.
It is funny because I always feel like somewhat guilty when you guys have to use a spell when I like just can hit with a sword endlessly.
But but it's also you're still going through resources the same way we are.
In different ways, yeah. Like
every action surge is like, damn, he's doing it now. Every second wind is like, damn, he's doing it now. There's definitely weight behind those.
Yeah, for sure. The javelin, dang, he's using it now. I think I used it. Was with mosquito mammoths today? Yes. No.
We were about to cross the river, and after we crossed the river, we got here. So today.
Okay, got it. Because I think I used my javelin in that fight.
What do you get, Mike, as you continue to go up the levels as a fighter?
I won't say the psionic aspect because that's kind of surprising. But for the fighter, it's pretty sweet. At like 9, I get Indomitable, which means once per day, if I fail a saving throw, I can re-roll it. And then later levels, you get more Indomitables to use. The one I'm really 11's gonna be. I think it's 11 is 3 attacks.
I was wondering when 3 attacks happened.
3 attacks is going to be massive. And then
it's 3 attacks, and you have the extra dice tacked on with your dope sword, and you get to throw in your psionic pulse.
And then haste.
And then hasted.
And then hasted.
Haste is dirty, and I love it. So
does haste only ever allow 1 extra attack?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It's just really nice though, because action surge, it's funny. Now that I have 2 attacks, and it's going to be even more once I have 3 attacks, action surge almost exclusively has its best value when I use it to do another round of attacks. Like at 3 attacks, it's the only thing I should be using it for.
Right.
That's why I've kind of enjoyed for a long time, like for the first 6 levels, using it for not an extra round of attacks because it can sometimes be so potent. Like with the bird thing.
That's what you just did. That's what you just
So
did.
I love using it in a clutch moment like that before I kind of am like fated to be using it for the extra attacks. And that's also true though with haste. Like that extra action can attack, dash, disengage, hide. Like being able to do that stuff is no joke. using it as an object would be use an object. What are the roam damage spells you're interested in? Like, what are druid spells that you like it for damage? Because she's not really fire themed, right?
Say that again.
Like you wouldn't take too many fire spells, would you? Or would you?
No, I'm sticking more towards like the planty kind of spells. Like I have Blight that I want to cast.
That's what I was thinking. Is like I was about to cast that on the goddamn wall of ivy because I was sick of it.
Oh, you have Blight too?
Yeah, I have it always prepared.
Oh, is your class?
Yeah.
And then the other one that I wanted, so I took I don't know if you're familiar with the spell Guardian of Nature. It sounded really cool, and then like the longer that I thought about it, it just like doesn't have much utility, like for a 4th level spell. So I'm gonna swap that one out for Polymorph.
Oh,
hey, what's up?
Polymorph's awesome.
Yeah. And then the 5th level spell that I wanted to get was Wrath of Nature.
What's that?
That one is.
Or you don't have to say it if you want to keep it a surprise. It's up to you.
But it doesn't matter to me. So it's a 5th level spell, and it's more just like, you know, like the earth moves in a way that causes all of this damage, and it's an area of effect. No, wait, is it area of effect? Yeah, it is an area of effect.
Is expecting probably 10 more minutes. I feel good about it. He wanted to check in. Cool.
Chatting.
I'm gonna shoot him a text. Say we're still down. He'll check in again if it changes.
I'm so glad they got someone to show up today.
That is really cool.
Back to the nature of wrath, though.
Yeah, it says you call out to the spirits of nature to rouse them against your enemies. Choose a point you see within range. The spirits cause trees, rocks, and grass in a 60-foot cube center on that point to become animated until the spell ends. And then there's like different things that happen to the grasses and undergrowth and trees, roots and vines and rocks.
Do you get to choose the different aspects of it?
It doesn't imply that you can pick. It just kind of
says they all happen.
I guess they all happen because
awesome.
It doesn't explain that in the spell. So I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, everything can happen. And this is like what I would have imagined Guardian of Nature to do, but Guardian of Nature is more of like, I guess it was like a buffing spell, but it didn't even seem like it buffed all that much.
Oh yeah, it's one of the options for it, if I recall correctly, is like it helps you concentrate on spells, but it also requires you to concentrate on that spell, which is like kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like it gives you advantage on concentration, but you're concentrating on that spell.
Do you think it's meant to be something that you give to someone else then? Like, can you cast it on Roulette who's concentrating on a spell in combat? So you're enabling a combat person to better concentrate?
I suppose.
I feel like that's the only way that makes sense.
No. It transforms me. Like I would. I can only cast on myself.
Yeah.
Oh, so it makes you more of a warrior, and it makes it so like you're less at risk of dropping the form because you're.
Yeah, but I don't even know if it has anything to do with concentration.
Yes, it does.
Where's the
concentration up to 1 minute?
Oh.
For the giant tree, you make Constitution saving throws with advantage.
Yeah.
You get temporary HP, and then Dexterity and Wisdom-based attack rolls with advantage. So I guess attack rolls with advantage.
Well, it's just funny because I guess it's saying like, here's a ward for this spell. This spell is harder to get rid of because your concentration on this spell specifically are stronger. Because it's meant to be when you're in the middle of combat surrounded by people, so you don't want that spell to drop as much.
Yeah. The trouble is it's like all these concentration spells are irritating, so you could like you can only concentrate on one thing at a time. And then that item that I got from Rowlett, like there's all these bad things that can happen, so it's like I don't know if I necessarily want to use it.
There's good things on that list, I think.
I know.
It's
like,
I like it because you do have the option, and I feel like this sometimes with Telperion, with Action Surge and stuff, like you have the option to go nuclear at the moment you most need it or want it. So like when shit is hitting the fan and you're like, I just got to go nuclear, I'm going to do 2 spells and see what happens. That's kind of fun to have that option. That is like a ceiling that you can punch through when you need to.
Oh yeah, I guess I could. I mean, I've already ice knifed.
Double
people
haste.
today,
You want
so-
to haste Jury as well?
The risk being that, oh god, it's also great
It
because
drops, yeah.
well, it's great that you are like that she likes to hide and be out of the fray because the consequences of dropping haste is a lost turn, which is such a that's why it's dangerous to cast it on yourself if you're in the fray.
Casting haste on yourself is dangerous.
Well, like
taking
if I
hit.
could, yeah.
Oh.
Because when you drop concentration on haste, the hasted creature spends a turn recovering from the accelerated movement. So like if you get hit, I lose my next turn in combat. If you get hit and lose your concentration. So for like a person who casts it on themselves to then go in the fray, they're more at risk because I'm less likely. I can't lose concentration on it. You're out of the fray. But if I was casting on myself in the fray and I got hit,
Yeah. Okay.
But you also have a
I-
boon to your AC, so it's not all of a wash. It's still like one of the best spells in the game.
True. True.
All right, guys. How are we gonna convince Chris to give us a free feed at level 10?
I don't think we have to convince him. I think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
You think?
I have faith. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Let's say nightmare scenario. We don't. How are we
Okay,
gonna
how about
convince
this?
him?
Here's my question, because we're not doing this at all. But remember Midwater when we all took the same feat? What would be the feat we would all want to take? Because let's not do the Fey one, even though Fey Touch would make sense as we leave the Fey. But like, what would be a feat all of our characters would be stoked to have? And it has to be the same one, all get that same feat. We're not all gonna be chef.
Warcaster.
This is a little lame, but I was gonna say resilient. To all of us get an extra saving throw proficiency.
Oh.
Oh yeah, resilient wouldn't be bad.
I sometimes want that for Dex or Wiz. I hate how bad my Wiz and Dex saves are.
I want it for Constitution on my concentration checks.
Yeah, that's massive.
Actor.
The most useless feat for Jerry ever.
Hey, Tom Cruise. Here's an extra thing to make you a better actor. What do you mean? I'm already the best.
Did you see Top Gun?
Very good. I enjoyed it a lot.
We thought it was better than the original.
It was very good, and then I also at the same time was like, but is it worth like all of our government money? Just like in general, like fantasizing the military. It was a dope movie. It was really good.
Gotta keep the military-industrial complex running, man. Can't stop it. It's gotta.
But I feel like it works
Gotta
better
keep
if we're
going.
actually at war.
Oh, we are.
We are at war, aren't we?
Oh, we are.
Are we?
It's a proxy. It's called a proxy war.
We
We're also at war with some alien civilizations out there that they don't tell us about. So.
I've always loved the idea that the government is capable of keeping secrets from us. Like, there's too many people. No one's good at keeping secrets.
I think the government's really good at it.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
they got all sorts of secrets.
I am not of the same opinion.
Really.
I think the military is really good at keeping secrets. I think the CIA is as well. DoD, they're probably all pretty good.
My great uncle worked for Northrop Grumman in I guess like the 50s or I don't know, some 40s, 50s, 60s, and worked at Area 51. And my brother and I like tried interrogating him like to tell us what he was working on, and he's like 90 years old and like would not tell us. It's like, no, I just can't say, can't tell you guys, sorry. Which is so lame because it's like, dude, you're so old. Nobody's gonna know that you said anything.
That's
they're gonna
patriotism.
Find out. They gonna get you.
I mean, he's probably seen some stuff. My
Maybe
brother.
maybe he did it for your own like safety.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess that's true. My brother has secret clearance because he's at he's gonna be working for like a nuclear power plant.
Oh damn.
So, like the training, he's training at the nuclear power or naval power school, which I guess is like where they learn how to operate these nuclear reactors on subs.
Wow.
So he has clearance to I guess, learn this information.
There you go. See, they're keeping secrets. We can't even get her brother to squeal.
Yeah, he got upset with me because I was asking him questions on the phone. He's like, "Oh, I'm probably listening." I'm like, "Oh my god, stop."
But
I might have been.
There's no way all of them keep the secrets.
They're not away.
They must say something that freaks them out.
They have secret programs that they keep hidden for years and years and years, and we know about a few of them. There must be. We don't know every program.
It's
right?
either the government is incompetent or unbelievably competent, which either way is like.
Or it's a huge, massive organism where there's not. It's like the government is like a bunch of different decentralized, essentially like.
But why do I have to pay to go to the doctor? Is like my thing. Is like you can't like put a little bit in there. You can't like give take. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying like if this is such a well secretive kept thing, there has to be a ton of money. You can't like afford to like take a little bit out of the spending to like put towards taking care of all the citizens.
Oh no, that's because they make too much money. But like the healthcare industry makes so much money. Those on top. Of course they wouldn't give us free healthcare. MK, it's money, man.
I'm gonna go to Finland. They just set up like the 4-day work week or something, and it's been like, yeah, everything still works.
Dude, I like to my core, I believe in nothing more than the 4-day work week, and I think our country's too capitalist to let it go, though.
I mean, eventually, if like
our population like skyrockets again.
Well, not
Stop
that.
working.
If we keep getting more and more efficient and more machines are taking the jobs of like humans, the only way to like keep unemployment down will be to reduce the amount of hours people are working so that you have to hire more people to make up the same amount of labor. We should be working like 15 hours, really. Not even 4 days. There should be like a vast
You
majority.
shouldn't have to work is the whole thing.
You should definitely have to work.
You
gotta be productive.
Do you have to though?
I don't know that you have to with how many people there are. There's so many people.
Yeah, but then so you're saying so if you're saying that nobody has to work, then who's gonna work?
The people who feel unfulfilled when they're not doing anything, which is probably most people.
Our parents would be so stressed out hearing how socialist our conversation was going. Whenever I talk to my mom about like what I think or believe, she goes like, "Well, that's just socialism." And I'm like, "Yep."
Damn, you nailed it right there.
It's like, what's wrong with that and that?
Oh.
But she's getting there. She's getting more socialist.
Apparently, there's this guy running for governor in I think it's South Carolina, and like part of his whole running thing is like, I want to impose age limit and term limits on politics.
Supreme Court?
On politics in general. So, like, yes.
Fair for both.
I mean, yeah, they absolutely should do that. But, like, the problem is that our Senate and House of Representatives wouldn't vote that in for themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
They get to make their own rules for their own jobs. So, and
They
then
get
we're
to
gonna
make
have
their own rules for their jobs.
Pay raise. Let's vote for it. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but if they like let us direct vote on some of the policies and stuff, which
You don't even need a government. It's called like an algorithm could do their jobs. Everything's gonna be replaced by machines.
Good.
I'm so excited for that.
I mean, yeah, because it's like, oh, do you want this? And then people vote on their phones or whatever, and it's like, okay, 75% of people want this thing to happen.
Exactly.
Matrix.
Because I think it was like upwards of 80% of the U.S. population was like in favor of Roe v. Wade, and then the Supreme Court's just like, nah, we like the 20%. Those are our homeboys.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also like the legalization of weed too. Like the majority of people want that passed, but they won't do it.
And I'm sure a majority of people would also want like a ton of different things to happen.
Free
you know what I mean?
healthcare
Like,
and other yeah. But our country doesn't work that way.
Bruh, it's because man, the people in power want us
Because we make money.
It's all about money.
Money.
Gotta get that.
And you can't have any of it.
Money. No,
You
it's
can't have
not.
this.
It's gotta filter to the top.
You gotta trickle up.
Trickle up. Yeah.
So, are you guys thinking about coming out or something in August? Tim keeps asking about what we're doing in August.
I mean, if you guys are available, I'd like to try something. It would be cool to see you guys.
I would love it. You should.
Also, a good buddy of mine is, I think, starting work in Madison like this month. So, like, I'm interested in coming to visit him and seeing you guys more often.
I would so be head down.
When are you guys gonna be in Madison? Like, when will you be there in August?
The only time we're leaving, or Steve, I don't know. He has this thing the end of August. That's kind of too late for any of us to travel, though. We are out of town from like the 12th to the 15th or something, like that weekend. But everything else in August, the weekend before, the weekend after, we're here.
Man, imagine having an in-person session in Madison.
I was telling Steve or Critter this because I was like, Tim wants to come up. And he was like, if there's pressure from the whole group, I could maybe make it work because he'd have to do he'd have to literally, I don't know if he'd fly, maybe he would fly, but he would, I don't think he'll be able to take any days off because he's using like 10 for Hilton Head.
Yeah.
He's there for 2 weeks. But I think we could pressure him into doing an in-person session.
Wow. Can you imagine what that would be like?
I can't. I can't.
Just do that.
Teleportation.
We could just like teleport.
How would you you couldn't regulate teleportation. It'd be so hard.
You couldn't regulate it. There's so many ethical questions involved.
Bro, if we could phase through matter, man, that would be a big problem.
Oh yeah,
dude. No,
I think about that sometimes because, like, if you think about like in universes where characters can teleport, how terrifying it would be. Like, it just teleport in your home. And that's true for.
Yeah, dude. Anybody could just like appear in your house and be like, "Oh, what's going on here?"
I maintain that teleportation is suicide. That the destruction of your molecules and reassembly of them is, you're not living anymore. There's just a new version of you with all of your memories because you've been reassembled in the perfect way.
I mean, that happens like every 7 years on average. Every single one of your cells, besides your eye cells.
No, and your heart cells.
Yes, and your heart cells.
There's a lot of cells that don't go away.
Well, most of your body will stay.
It comes down to if consciousness is like a physical manifestation.
If it's physical or if it is non-physical.
Right.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Ship of Theseus.
Yes, Steve. Because I recently, like, there's some X-Men show that came out like somewhat recently, and for some reason YouTube knows that I like the X-Men a lot, so they'll like be like, I think I looked up one. I think I looked up, like, I saw Jean Grey using her powers, and I love Jean Grey the most, so I watched like a 4 or 5 minute compilation of like all this moments where she uses her powers, and then they showed me Kitty Pryde, who, you guys know Shadowcat. She's the one that can phase through walls.
Okay.
And MK, I feel like you were talking about what you just make me think of Nightcrawler.
Right.
Who can teleport. I hold that the X-Men have the coolest powers of all the different superhero groups. I don't even care about Marvel that much because it's like the X-Men are the coolest. So do you guys, which X-Men powers would you want?
Which powers would you want?
I'm not gonna pick. I don't know if an X-Men has this, but I would definitely go with perfect timing. That'd be my power.
Tim, I was literally going to pick this because so in Deadpool 2, I think her name is Domino. Her power is literally just being lucky.
Yeah.
And like everything she does is like she'll step to the side and a sign will fall down over here, and because the sign fell down, it killed someone else, and then she'll like bend down to pick up a penny and like something go over her head.
I've watched this movie. I've never watched those.
Deadpool.
Go get pizza and they're giving out free slices. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Oh yeah, like you decide like, yeah, I'm gonna flip a coin.
It's like you drink the Lucky Potion in Harry Potter 6.
It is literally like her power is Felix Bliss.
Oh my god.
I've thought a lot about Juggernaut just from, I'm fascinated by the physics of it. Just like, and I don't even know that I want this, but like Juggernaut, bullets can't
Yeah.
hit him.
Domino was her name, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, but with perfect timing, you'd never get shot at.
I know, but Juggernaut can't be killed by like an exterior source because nothing can have a greater momentum than him. So a sword swinging at him would have less momentum, so it couldn't penetrate through him, or a bullet, or anything. Which it doesn't work well if you're just like, oh, this is so cool, I can walk through a wall, but you're just fucking ruining everything. But I've always thought it was fascinating.
Ruining everything. Oh, as Juggernaut.
Yeah.
That's what's cool about Kitty Pryde, though. She is
It's
like
just-
that too, but she doesn't ruin everything.
Yeah.
Now, does Juggernaut also have an ability that makes him like the biggest beefcake ever? Is that part of like?
Well, it's just so.
I think that he just was a beefcake.
So I believe it's like canon that the equation for momentum is momentum equals mass times volume. He has an X gene at the end of that mass times volume, so it's just like nothing can ever cause him. Nothing can ever cause him to do something, kind of.
Except Professor X and telepathy. That's why he wears that helmet that looks like he looks like a little peen. You know,
it's like a faux Magneto helmet.
Yeah, because there was an X-Men episode where they had to get the helmet off him so they could then get his mind.
Because just like running through walls isn't like a super fun power to have or a cool power to have, but it's just it poses a lot of cool questions.
It's better than the Blob's power. The Blob's power is you just can't move him because he's so quirky.
Right.
Infinite like,
inertia.
Toad. Imagine being Toad and just being like, oh, you got a long tongue.
I like that they give the Brotherhood the terrible powers that like no one would want.
I don't know the name of the X-Men character. Who did Will.i.am play in that X-Men movie?
Will.i.am.
Oh,
because he would kind of teleport around, but not like Nightcrawler. It was like different.
Oh, he was in.
Was he First Class?
No.
Origins Wolverine.
You're thinking of Darwin, the other black guy.
I don't know who Will.i.am is, so
Black Eyed Peas.
Black Eyed Peas, right?
Look him up.
What is Wolverine's brother?
Sabretooth.
Sabretooth. Sabretooth grabs his spine as he's teleporting and rips it out.
Oh, I think he just was a teleporter in that movie.
X-Men.
John Wraith is the name of the character.
Oh, I forgot about that.
He's a teleporter?
For how bad that movie was, I always loved it.
Yeah, they kind of like did some weird stuff with Deadpool.
The Deadpool was awful. They were like, oh, it's a pool of the dead mutants. And then they're like, oh, we don't like that he talks, so let's get rid of his mouth. And I'm like, that's the only thing that makes Deadpool fun, is that he talks.
Yeah.
Cyclops is pretty boring.
But also, he's like, they say he's like the most powerful, but it doesn't, like, he's also not.
Yeah, they just wanted him to be powerful.
But no, I think because his energy is limitless, but the way he's hindered by his own psychology, it makes him not able to, like, utilize it.
Is Gambit just like a magician?
He just takes
he
like
accelerates particles.
street magic, and like that's what he uses as like a conduit for his actual power.
Whatever he touches, he can make its particles accelerate, so it will explode. So in the show, in the comics, he takes cards, like playing cards, and he accelerates them and he throws them, so that then when they hit something, they explode. But he can take other things too and explode them. But
he's just like, he's got a theme he's going with, you know, like
yeah,
suave.
Magneto's pretty broken. You could just like move metal things out of your way, and like I feel like he doesn't do this a lot. Like put them back the way they were. Like I feel like often he's like bursting through like this metal barrier. And it's like, well, he could also like put that back, because I also think of Avatar Earthbending and how often they just disrupt the world. It's like, well, they could also like return it to normal.
Yeah, but it'd be cool if you could do stuff other than metal.
That's why Jean Grey's the bomb.
I saw something that like Magneto like solos all of the MCU,
Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, like literally everyone is vote.
It's because the Avengers are boring.
Yeah.
Their powers are not fun.
Not the Hulk. Hulk could probably beat him up.
But it also, I don't know if this is something I've addressed before, but like, couldn't he like manipulate the iron in your blood?
I don't think he ever gets that. I don't know if he's strong enough.
Who, Magneto?
Well, in the movie he can do it because Mystique injected that dude with iron, like extra.
Right.
So I don't know that there's enough.
Oh, to do like.
Does there have to be like a threshold of an amount of metal?
Yeah.
Because that's what, when you said Hulk, I'm like, he could just like manipulate the metals in his body. It has been like 30 minutes.
Critter texted us again.
Oh, he did?
I mean, I think we can just like, if people want to leave their computers, we can just take a little break until he's done. I have nothing I'm doing today, so I'm not in a huge hurry.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, neither am I.
I have all these mermaid cards in front of me.
Magic?
Yeah, when you guys come, we could actually play some Magic and like, have fun with that.
Yeah, now that we know how to play.
I think of like, well, we have 4 decks, right? I think my favorite decks are still the
We've got
2
more
that
than
we got.
4. We've got the 2. We got 4 big ones, and then we've got all those mini ones that.
Oh, right,
Mike's
with the mini
telling us,
ones,
yeah.
All the jump starts.
But I like, what was the ones the original ones we got? The like.
Calamax and.
Yeah, Calamax and the other one.
Treemy.
Oh, Treemy, yeah.
Oh, you went with the Mutate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mutate and the Spellslinger dinosaur.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we got the D&D decks, but those ones were like. The 2 that we got, one of them is definitely more overpowered than the other
dragon.
one. The like.
Yeah, the barbarian.
The dragon deck was. What was the other one we got?
The warlock.
The warlock, yeah.
Prosper? That was Prosper?
Yeah.
Wait, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Prosper's the warlock.
Prosper Tone Bound. I love him.
Yeah, and I don't think I won once playing that deck. It was always the dragon.
What we could do too is like, if you guys don't mind spending like $10 or $15, we could improve one of them. Like the Prosper deck, if you bring it, we could look at it and say, okay, these are the cards to take out, and these like 5 cards will improve it massively. So it just changes how it plays.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Also, we might just have some extra cards that aren't a big deal to part with that we can put in the deck.
Can you do like you can do like a 4-person battle, right?
That's how it's supposed to be. Like Commander's meant for 4 people.
Oh wow.
Oh. I guess actually that would honestly probably be better, because then it's like at least
It's
the
more
damage
balanced.
is, like, yeah, it's spread around as opposed to just directed at one person. Because there was
That's
like
the thing, yeah.
wasn't even anything I could do to stop the dragon attacks.
Yeah, when it's 4-player, that damage, I mean, think about it. The health pool is tripled of people he's hurting. And so,
Yeah.
like, it's not always strategic just to pick on one person, because then people will, target you differently. So you got to be more political and smart about how you're dishing out your damage. So, and like, there are more people who can remove key pieces if he's pulling ahead too far. So, like, everyone kind of keeps everyone in check more. Whereas like one-on-one, it just turns into a wash if a deck is constructed in a way like that's too slow. Like Prosper can really go off, but it might take an extra, like maybe your turn of going off is like turn 5 or 6, whereas the damage goes earlier because you have smaller health pool too. When you play with 4 players, everyone has 40 health as opposed to 30. So there's like a lot of checks and balances that make it better to do with multiple people.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, I think you would just have a lot of fun. Like, we could show you some of the decks we've built. Like, I have this really cool mermaid girl here. She's a mermaid god. And so, like, her art.
A little blurry.
There,
there you go.
She's really cool. So, like, the whole deck
She's got
is
a
just...
vase.
Yeah, she's holding a vase. No, she's holding a
harp
instrument that, like, has the moon at the end because she's the god of the mermaids. So, like, there's just different decks that you could play and have fun with as well.
And we still haven't used the white deck yet, I don't think. Or no, maybe there was some in the mini ones.
Yeah, Jumpstart's really fun. Those mini, because you just buy 2 packs and you slap them together.
Yeah, they were fun.
It's definitely a different format than Commander.
I think we like the Commander the best, though.
Yeah.
We're going camping.